And we live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to another beautiful sunny day in Wasaga Beach. We'll start the day and call this meeting to order, and item number 1.1 on our agenda is O Canada. So I'd ask that you please stand, if you're able, for our national anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking back at the back of the room and all these good-looking firemen. I think, Chief, we should start a Wasaga Firefighters Choir that could come every council meeting and do O Canada for us. What do you think? Right now? Yeah, we could do that. All right, item number 1.2 on the agenda is our land acknowledgement. I'll look to Councillor DeLeo for this. Yes, Councillor, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Miigwech.
Thank you, Councillor Miigwech. And we'll now, before I go on, I'll just make a note that we have regrets today from Councillor White, who is working, and Councillor Ego, who is off on a well-deserved vacation. And we'll move on to item number 1.3, which is presentations. And our first presentation today is a 911 Youth Award winner. And you know, everybody here, it's in listening. This is just an extraordinary event in our community. Today, you know, we're here to recognize the extraordinary courage and quick thinking of a very young member of our community and a very brave member, Charlotte Bennick. In a moment of sudden emergency earlier this summer, Charlotte demonstrated remarkable calm, presence of mind, and bravery well beyond her years. Actions that quite literally made a difference between life and death. So I'd now like to turn it over to Fire Chief Williams to provide council with a summary of Charlotte's heroic events and her efforts in the events that led us here today to recognize her. Chief?
Good morning, members of council, your worship, and good morning, Charlotte. Thank you for joining us today. We have a very special guest in council chambers today. I am here to introduce a local youth who was recognized on April the 16th at the Simcoe County 911 Youth Award. I can say without hesitation that she truly embodies the true spirit of what this award was all about in every single way. On the afternoon of Friday, July the 4th, 2025, 8-year-old Charlotte Benyak was paddleboarding on the Wasaga River near her grandparents' home in Wasaga Beach with her mother. What began as a quiet afternoon on the water quickly became a life-threatening situation. At approximately 2:45 p.m., Charlotte noticed that her mother stopped paddling. Charlotte's mother knelt on the board, appeared to be confused, and began experiencing a medical emergency. It became clear that something was very wrong. What happened next was truly extraordinary, not because Charlotte was trained and not because she was instructed, but because she stayed calm, she assessed the situation, and most importantly, she took action. Charlotte paddled over to her mother, secured the two boards together, and helped position her so she would not fall into the water. She then climbed onto her mother's paddleboard and paddled against the current for roughly 500 meters to their family's boat slip. That alone would be impressive for an adult, but remember, Charlotte was only 8 years old. Once there, she pulled the board towards the shore. She called out for help. She stayed close, watching her mother's condition closely. And when her mother lost consciousness, Charlotte didn't panic. She went back into the water. She rolled her mother onto her side into the recovery position and secured the board on the shore as best as she could, and then she ran to get help. She found her grandparents and brought them directly to the scene and ensured that 911 was called. And even after the emergency crews arrived, Charlotte continued to help by retrieving her mother's health card and unlocking her phone so that paramedics could assess critical medical information. You see that Charlotte's mother is a multiple organ transplant recipient, and that information and the speed which help arrived truly made a difference. Charlotte's actions that day quite simply saved her mother's life. She demonstrated courage, presence of mind, and compassion well beyond her years. And the level of awareness and decisiveness she showed would be impressive for anyone, but in a child, it's nothing short of inspiring. So we do have mother and grandfather here with us today. And with your permission, Your Worship, following any comments that council might have, we'd like to bring Charlotte and her family up to the front. We have a number of certificates to present.
Well, thank you very much, Chief. And Charlotte, nothing short of remarkable. You are one brave, remarkable young lady in your community, the town of Wasaga Beach. All of us in this municipality couldn't be more proud of you, and we're going to be bragging about you for a long, long time because you're a real special individual. I'm going to open the floor to members of council. I'm sure everyone will have something to say today. I'll start at the end with Councillor DeLeo.
Wow, that's incredible. All I'm seeing right now, hon, is our future doctor of Wasaga Beach. Yeah? Good job, girl. Good job.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger.
Yeah, it's truly amazing, Charlotte. That's I can only imagine if it had been my 45-year-old son, I don't think I would have fared as well. So anyhow, that's incredible. Thank you.
Councillor Timms.
Your Worship, and I already said to Charlotte how proud and exciting it is to be part of this experience this morning, and I think that your bravery will inspire so many more children and young individuals to learn basic first aid and be there in a time of emergency. Congratulations on your bravery. We are all so proud of you.
And Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was smart, I packed my tissue because you can't help but to tear up in hearing your story. And myself as a grown adult, I don't know if I could remain as calm as you did. And I think, you know, in our community, the longest freshwater beach in the world and the beautiful Wasaga River, this just exemplifies why young people need to have water safety training. And your parents and your whole community is so proud of you. Thank you for coming and being here today.
So Charlotte, lots of accolades that you deserve, and good to see Mum is here and Mum is doing well now. And I think it's also important to point out that your grandpa is a longtime volunteer firefighter, now retired here in Wasaga Beach, Ed, and drives our fire truck every year in the Christmas parade and keeps us safe. And so what a great family. I could see you sitting here one day too, a doctor and a mayor. Pretty special. Congratulations. Let's do some photos, Chief. All right. We'll now move on to our next item, which is item number 1.4, which is the food bank check presentation. And, I understand that we have 3 checks being presented here today from the Spring 2026 Food Drive, and I'll now turn it over again to our chief to say a few words and the significance about the funds that have been raised here. Chief?
Thank you, Your Worship. And if I could have Sim, Scott, Carrie, Jason, Barb, and Arlene join me as well. Perfect. This is just a small portion of the overall team here. So once again, good morning, Mayor, members of council. Today, we are very pleased to welcome a few special guests to council chambers. Joining us are Scott Pritchard and Carrie from the Wasaga Beach Ministerial Food Bank. We also have Sim Spry, the owner of Foodland, members of the Wasaga Beach Fire Department, including Captain Jason Bavalar, who is the lead on this project, and representatives from our council's Accessibility Advisory Committee, including Barb and Arlene. Welcome. We're here today to happily recognize the incredible results of both of our winter holiday and Easter food drives. As a result of these 2 campaigns, we are proud to be presenting the food bank with 3 checks this morning. During the winter holiday food drive, the fire department was able to raise $3,000 in cash. Foodland, as an outstanding corporate partner, matched the fire department's donation and also collected additional funds in stores, resulting in a total contribution of $7,500. The Accessibility Advisory Committee partnered with the fire department during our Easter food drive, and we raised another $725. Together, these efforts totaled more than $11,000 being donated today, and this is, of course, in addition to the approximately 2,000 pounds worth of food that was previously delivered to the food bank over the holidays. This is an amazing achievement, and it truly represents one of the largest donations from these campaigns in our history, and I would like to thank everybody involved for their generosity, their teamwork, and their commitment to this community. Before turning it over to council for comments, I'd like to, with your permission, allow Sim just a moment to speak, as well as Scott.
Please do, Chief. Good morning, Sim. Good to
morning.
see you.
Thanks, Chief. Just wanted to take an opportunity to just thank everyone who's been involved. The support has been outstanding. Almost 2 years my family's owned the business here, and it's just been a beautiful, beautiful welcoming. Big thanks to, obviously, the Chief, all the fire department, incredible community support. Obviously, not just the amazing things they do every day, but the way they get involved in the community and spearhead these initiatives. And obviously, a huge thank to the food bank. They're, it's easy to collect the money, easy to hand them a check. It's a lot more difficult to get the food to the mouths that need it. So big thank you to the incredible work you guys do. And finally, just thank you to the whole community. All of this is very much from everyone from the councilors, the mayor yourself, to all of the people shopping and, supporting. Everyone's so generous, so kind, giving where we can. So just wanted to express our heartfelt appreciation for everyone for the support we've had.
Thank you very much, Sim. Scott, good morning.
Good morning. Gee, after that, Sim, you thanked everybody, but I have to say, we're so lucky to be in this community. It is so giving. We've had such tremendous support from both Foodland, the town, all the councilors, your worship, yourself. The fire department's been amazing, and we have 60-plus volunteers that work tirelessly throughout the week to bring food to the community, and we're so proud of all of them as well. So thank you, everyone. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? All right. I'll before we do photos, I will look to members of council for any comments. Members of council? Councilor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. This community has such a generous heart. I'm so grateful to be here. I really am. And Sim, your Foodland, you've got the biggest heart of anyone that I know. Your contributions, not only with the food bank, but other contributions within town, and I'm very grateful for that. And I speak personally on that too. So thank you so much, and thank you to all our fire department for all that you do. You're not just fighting fires, but the community, you're really stepping it up for this community, and we're all honored that you're all here, and we're all here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Belanger?
Yes, thank you through the mayor. Again, this is an incredible initiative, but the need is, especially in Wasaga Beach, is significant. I believe, Scott, the most recent number you were talking is about 3,300 clients of the food bank. As a percentage of our community, that's significantly higher than a lot of municipalities, and so keep up the good work. It's needed, and as you know, there's a lot of uncertainty in the world, and it's not getting any easier for those people that need our help. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timms?
Thank you. And not to reiterate what my colleagues have said, I'd just like to mention that I didn't get there this year to hang out with everybody, and it's always so heartwarming when we are at Foodland and I get to join up with the committee and interact with the public that are very supportive. I also want to say that because of other work that I'm involved with, I get to pop into the food bank from time to time, and it really has a great feeling. Clients are happy when I see clients there, and certainly the volunteers are incredible. And to you, Scott, thank you for all the work that you've done in the last little while with some reorganizing and efficiencies, and it's actually showing very well. And to all the firefighters, just keep doing what you're doing, because you do make us very hometown proud. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Well said. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Sim, this is just another example of the corporate citizenship that you contribute to this community. You know, just a couple of weeks ago, we were on your property unveiling the beautiful murals to honor our veterans. And the shopping carts, how quickly you responded to that, and you just want to be a part of the great work that staff and this council are doing and the whole community is doing to make the community better. So I would super appreciate that. And as the council member of the Accessibility Committee, I had the privilege this year of being there all day. And it's a fun little rivalry, you know, between us and the fire department to see who can raise the most money or who can raise the most food. And I was so impressed with how many residents came out with your prepackaged bags and put one in the firefighter's cart and one in our cart. Like, just double generosity. Our community is amazing. Thank you very much for the work that you do.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. You know, I'll start with you, Sim. I've said it before, you know, the previous owners left some big shoes to fill, but you have filled those shoes and then some. So to you and your family, your corporate citizenship, and just your personal care and love for community is outstanding. We can't say enough. And you know, I would say to all of our corporations and businesses here in this community, we are blessed to have a very generous and caring community. So thank you to everybody. But Sim, you stand above the crowd, I'll tell you. It's really great. Scott, you as well, some really big shoes to fill. From Christina Armstrong, who was just a lovely individual and hardworking. But you have Sean, and you've made some really significant changes at the food bank. And so to you and all the volunteers there for all the hard work and dedication over the years, because this isn't the first food bank you've been involved with. And although I know you're trying to retire, I highly doubt it's going to be the last. And I understand that with you, you have a new face to this community. So this is a great opportunity to take a second to introduce Carrie, which I understand is our newly hired manager of the food bank. And so if you wouldn't mind, introduce Carrie. And Carrie, welcome. Welcome to Wasaga Beach, and welcome to your new role.
So this week we hired Carrie Klassen to replace me. Thank you. She also has experience with the food bank. So she spent the last 4 or 5 months doing the certification for Food Banks Canada for us and getting us certified, which happened at the end of March. So it was a huge accomplishment, great achievement, and she did a great job, and she's going to continue to do a great job for the food bank and for the community. So welcome to the food bank, and all the success to you.
Carrie, I don't want to put you on the spot. Do you want to say a few words? Actually, I lied. I really did want to put you on the spot.
Hi to everyone. I'm sure we'll be having conversations in future. I have big shoes to fill, as you know. I'm entirely grateful to Scott for all the work that he's done, and I am honored to be the first paid manager of the food bank, and it is something I take very seriously, and I look forward to speaking with you again.
Thanks very much, and again, welcome. Good to see you all. And of course, we have Arlene Wheel, a member of our Accessibility Committee, and Barb, our staff liaison on that committee. And as the Deputy Mayor said, she sits on that committee. Arlene, thank you for all your hard work and dedication to the committee, and please pass that on to the rest of the committee members. We couldn't do it without you, so great job as well on behalf of the committee. And then finally, our firefighters. I mean, every time these guys show up, it's rowdy around here. It's hard to believe that, Deputy Mayor, you would think there's any competition within the fire department, but it is what it is. Gentlemen and ladies, thank you so very much for all of your hard work and dedication to this community and these types of causes. You know, it's you guys who are running into the burning buildings when everyone else is running out, but it's also you guys that are standing on the street corner and, you know, collecting and doing great things for our community. And you do it every year, year in, year out. So thank you very much. What a great opportunity. Let's do a photo. All right, we'll now move on to the next presentation, which is 1.5, and this is Wasaga Beach Fire Department badge ceremony. Another very, very special moment this morning. At this time, I'm going to invite Chief Williams again to join us for a badge ceremony recognizing Tanner Bell, our newest firefighter. And congratulations, Tanner, on officially becoming a full-time member of the Wasaga Beach Fire Department. We're proud to have you and want to welcome you to a great team. Chief?
All right, one more quick one, Your Worship, and then if you're lucky, you won't hear from me for the rest of the meeting. All right, so today we are recognizing our newest career probationary firefighter, Tanner Bell. Tanner is joined today by members of his family as well as fellow firefighters. He was assigned to A Platoon on January the 26th, and Tanner began his service with the Wasaga Beach Fire Department in 2017 as a volunteer firefighter. Since that time, he has successfully completed all of his required training and evaluations. Over the past 3 years, Tanner has consistently ranked in the top 4 for attendance amongst all volunteers. He also gives back to the organization by serving as the treasurer for the Wasaga Beach Volunteer Firefighters Association for the past 5 years. Tanner holds certifications in firefighting, pump operations, hazardous material, public information officer, and medical response. He has shown a strong commitment to our community through regular participation in community events and fire prevention programs. As a lifelong resident of Wasaga Beach, Tanner is also the owner and operator of a successful local contracting business. He brings valuable experience as a licensed general carpenter with work across residential, commercial, and industrial settings. Outside of work, Tanner also enjoys fishing, and he shares a passion for custom lure design with his father, who's here with us here today. Please join me in congratulating firefighter Tanner Bell on his new role and well-earned achievement.
Thank you.
So we'll do a quick photo if that's okay with you. All right, so we're going to go one last time.
Well, what a morning. And again, congratulations, Tanner, and congratulations, Mom and Dad. I'm sure you're very, very proud. I'm sure, Mom and Dad, you're very, very proud, so congratulations to you as well. And Tanner will wear that badge with pride, I'm sure, and he's with a good group of guys. I just have to share a little funny. So when we did the last picture, all the firefighters were up here, and as they were coming back down, Captain Bell indicated that he had dropped my chair down and played with my chair. And I just got to tell you, Captain Bell, that's okay, because if I fall off this chair, you got to pick me up. We'll see who laughs last. All right, we'll carry on in our meeting. And now we'll move on to item number 1.6, which is a very important thing to make sure that our community is aware of. And this is with regards to our 2023 rowdy firefighters, eh? It's not easy. Herding cats, right, Chief? All right. This next item is really important to mention because, Wasaga Beach, as you know, is a hockey town, and our 2023 Athlete of the Year, Ethan Prozishin, went on from hockey here in Wasaga Beach, of course, and went up to the OHL. And we are very happy and proud to say now he has been drafted to the Anaheim Mighty Ducks. And so, members of council, today we're pleased to recognize an achievement that represents full circle moment for our community. In 2022, Wasaga Beach Athlete of the Year, Ethan Prozishin, was asked about his future. And his response was really simple and honest. It's a big goal, making it to the NHL. And that was his dream, and here he is. And earlier this year, that goal became a reality as he was selected in the third round, 68th Overall, in the 2024 NHL draft, Ethan was now signed to a 3-year entry-level contract with the Anaheim Ducks, beginning in 26-27 NHL season. In 2023, as I said, we recognized Ethan as the Male Athlete of the Year, acknowledging his talent, his discipline, and his determination. And today we celebrate the realization of the dream that he spoke so clearly about just a few years ago. Ethan now joins a very small group of Wasaga Beach hockey players alongside Jason Arnott and Todd Miller to reach the highest level of the sport that we could not be prouder of him being a part of. So Ethan, if you can hear us, congratulations. Your community is exceptionally proud of you, and no pressure to bring that cup home like Jason did, but give it a good shot. So ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause, please, for Ethan. Okay, now, moving on to the business. Item number 2 on our agenda is proclamations. And 2.1 is the Office of the Mayor proclamations for Children's Mental Health Week. And a recommended motion that Council proclaim May 4th to 10th, 2026 as Children's Mental Health Week and encourage all residents to wear green, engage in meaningful conversations, and take action to support the mental health and well-being of children, youth, and families in our community here in Wasaga Beach. We're all wearing this green ribbon today, so folks, this week, if you're listening, wear something green and give some great support to a very well-deserved and well-needed cause for mental health for our youth. And so you've heard the recommendation. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 2.2 is a proclamation of Fauna Dolpha Day, and the recommended motion that Council proclaim May 13th, 2026 as Fallen Dolpha Day in the town of Wasaga Beach. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo and seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Item number 3 on our agenda today is a disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. If at some point throughout our meeting you do have a pecuniary interest, please let us know for the record. Item number 4 is the adoption of the agenda, and I'll turn it to our clerk for a motion to add for government relations. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Those are hard acts to follow, but what an amazing morning this far. Pursuant to Section 601D of the procedural bylaw, I'd like to introduce 2 business items which will be strictly for information under government relations. Accordingly, I'd like to table the following motion: that the agenda be amended to include item 8.2, Destination Canada, a case study, and item 8.3, Ontario's Bring Your Own Alcohol Outdoor Event Permits and Alcohol Restrictions in Provincial Parks. Your Worship, if I can get a mover and a seconder, this will require 2/3.
Thank you very much. You've heard the clerk. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Carries unanimously, Madam Clerk. All right, then we do have the recommended motion that the contents of the agenda for April 30th, 2026 be approved as amended. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor DeLeo and Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 5 is the approval of the minutes with a recommended motion that the minutes of the council meeting held April 16th, 2026 be adopted as circulated. Questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 6 is presentations. We have a few presentations today. Our first presentation under item 6.1 is the County of Simcoe presentation with respect to homelessness services and encampment response update. And we have Andrew and General Manager Mina Fayez-Bayeget with us here today. Welcome, gentlemen. Good to see you again. Ladies and gentlemen, these 2 gentlemen work in a department under Human Services at the County of Simcoe, and I will tell you the services that they are providing and working on every day are vital, very important services in our communities across the county, and I can tell you that they do us proud. So again, Mina and Andrew, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Good morning, Mayor and members of council. Thank you for having us. It's a tough act to follow this morning as well, I agree, but we'll do our best. But thank you for giving us some time here. From time to time, we like to share information of new initiatives coming and some of the things we've accomplished over the last few months. So this presentation here will do both. So I'm Mina Faiz-Beckett, the Manager of Social and Community Services at the County of Simcoe, and I have with me here Andrew Scavarelli, our Director of Housing and Homelessness Service. So I'm going to hand it over to Andrew now to walk us through, but essentially speaking, we'll talk a little bit about some of the upcoming initiatives we're doing, the homelessness specific numbers in this area, in this town, and some of the initiatives we've undertaken over the winters and in the coming months, as well as our 10-year homelessness and affordable housing strategy, which we passed this past year in 2025 in November through County Council and through some of the work with members of both Mayor Smith and Deputy Mayor Snell working with us on the Affordable Housing Committee on that plan as well. So we'll talk about all three of those things today. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mina. Good morning, Mayor and Council. As Mina said, my name is Andrew Scavarelli. I'm the Director of Housing and Homelessness at the County of Simcoe, and appreciate the opportunity to give a bit of an update on some of the initiatives being undertaken in the town of Wasaga Beach. And before I begin, just a really quick agenda. It might seem heavy, but it's actually pretty condensed here for today's meeting. The big piece here is I just want to start off by defining some of the roles and responsibilities, so that of the County of Simcoe and that of the town of Wasaga Beach. A quick overview of a very new initiative that we are going to be rolling out. It's an encampment communications portal, which really will strengthen collaboration, communication, and timely response to encampments here in the town of Wasaga Beach and throughout the county. Give you a bit of a snapshot of homelessness in Wasaga Beach and what that looks like presently, and then highlight some key programs and services before turning things back over to Mina to give you a quick overview of a recently approved and implemented 10-year affordable housing and homelessness prevention strategy, and then certainly open up the floor for any questions we might have. So I'm actually going to jump around a bit here because I think this makes a bit more sense. We start with a bit of a snapshot around homelessness in Wasaga Beach. And so a couple of the initiatives we have, I do see the screenshot was submitted prior to, but open.simcoe.ca. Those are our live dashboards. So you can get information on homelessness numbers. You can narrow down by geographical location. So this is a snapshot of the town of Wasaga Beach. I can say that number has decreased to 61 from 63 since the time this was submitted to town staff. We also have shelter utilization. We have inflow, outflow data. We have some rent aggregators, so you can get an idea around what rental prices are going for in various areas of the county, amongst other dashboards that we continue to enhance as part of our data strategy. So just the emergency shelter in Collingwood, it's operated by the Busby Center. We have capacity for 10 individuals. I know this, like I said, was submitted, looks like on April 23rd, but even last night there was 9 of those 10 beds were occupied. We did operate and stand up in partnership with Faith Community Church and the town of Wasaga Beach, a nightly activation for winter response this year for a warming center, which continues to operate until the end of April. So this program, once again, had 10 spaces, and we were looking at approximately 60% occupancy rate on a nightly average. It did support 48 unique individuals. That number might seem, considerably high in relation to the homelessness numbers in Wasaga Beach. I think an interesting part to just note, or an important part to note, is frequency. So these are unique individuals. Some individuals may have accessed the space once, maybe twice. We often see a lot of individuals couch surfing. There could have been a breakdown of a relationship. It could have been roommates having a disagreement, and an individual opted to relocate themselves for the night to the warming center. So just to not sound alarms with the number 48 in relation to the 61 that are presently homeless. Outreach services is something that we enhanced last year in partnership with Waypoint. So Waypoint leads a consortium of service providers who provide sort of outreach services. So we enhanced outreach to 7 days a week, along with youth and Indigenous specific outreach providers. So outreach provider in South Georgian Bay is the Busby Center. And then, as I said, we do also have youth and Indigenous outreach. And before I go to the next slide, I absolutely cannot proceed without thanking Chief Williams and his team and the staff and the volunteers at Faith Community Church and the town of Wasaga Beach for your commitment and your compassion, not only on the warming center front, but on the day-to-day operations. We often speak around the ability, it's not one single agency or organization or level of government that's going to solve the complexity of the challenges we're seeing. And the town of Wasaga Beach, in my year and a half in this portfolio, has continuously demonstrated a whole of community approach. And the presentations that preceded me, the donations, the fundraising is a complete testament to the generosity and the compassion that this town has. So I do want to acknowledge that, and Chief Williams, you and your team, we are very thankful to have a partner and a dedicated individual such as yourself. So thank you very much. So now just to bounce around again, just to keep everyone on their toes here. I'm actually, sorry, I'm going to go back this way. This makes the most sense here. I'm going to give you a quick overview. This is just a few of the initiatives and programs and services that are operating to support our region and the town's most vulnerable individuals. Many of us would have heard of the Heart Hub. So this is a network, a large consortium of clinical health-based programs, housing programs, services that the County of Simcoe leads. I can tell you we were the first Heart Hub to operationalize in the province. And to date, we have housed 68 individuals who have graduated throughout that program. So these are individuals coming directly from homelessness with mental health or addictions. Many of them will go through routes such as detox. There's inpatient treatment programs that are now increased to 28 days. There's a supportive and transitional housing component. And then there's the connection to permanent housing outcomes with supports that retain based on the unique and individual needs. So the ability to wrap and intensify supports and services around, again, individuals experiencing homelessness but are multi-barriered. We have now housed or have more successful outcomes than 50% of all provincial outcomes in the province. So a very new program we've hit the ground running, and we're seeing some direct results that are definitely worth noting. We also have rapid rehousing programs. So the two most notable ones, there's a seniors program in Collingwood and a youth program in Aurelia. And there's 75 individuals between the two programs who have been admitted into that program, and we have permanently housed 40 of them to date. A temporary family shelter program. In light of not having a dedicated family shelter in Simcoe County, we do leverage relationships with various motel providers. And since the county brought that in-house last October, it was being delivered from Community Connections. We've revamped that program to ensure the integrity of the program remains supporting families. So often we're seeing a lot of single parents, single mothers. There's often elements of intimate partner violence being tied to these situations. I can tell you that since October, we have permanently housed 78 families through this program once we brought this in-house as well. So again, seen a lot of housing outcomes by getting a bit creative and intentional around the supports that we provide in these programs. Brand new initiative is a bridge housing program. This was a federal initiative or federal partnership that is in the city of Barrie right now, and it is unlike the rapid rehousing programs where it's targeting a lower acuity folks who might have the highest likelihood of being housed and retaining that housing. The bridge housing program is on the other end of the continuum in terms of acuity. These are the most complex, often multi-barriered individuals that are unsheltered, so not even obtaining shelter supports. They are individuals that you'll often see in encampments or living rough in the streets. So that is a program where, again, we will provide intensive supports in an individual bed, and that way we could stabilize the individual and then often connect them to the supports and services, whether that be health-based services or clinical services through the Heart Hub. So again, it's standing up programs that fill gaps and voids, but that also provide that interconnectivity to existing programs and services. And that's where we really leverage and maximize our funding sources, our resources, our programs, and our services. The assertive outreach I did touch on the previous slide, and the encampment reporting portal, which will take me to my next slide, which is a pretty neat initiative that we're pretty excited about here. And so the new encampment reporting portal really is to simplify the reporting of new encampments. Historically, it was often emails, phone calls, trying to work collaboratively, and being a county and being an outreach provider. 60 municipalities plus the cities of Barrie and Orillia. That's a lot of emails and a lot of coordination that it took. And really, our goal here is this is an operational tool. It is not a data tool. What it's meant to do is provide real-time or near real-time data that bylaw teams would be able to flag in the system, locations and details of any encampments within their area, and that would instantly trigger a response from outreach to go and assess the situation, provide the appropriate services, supports, and report back in that portal as well. So that way, if there is the need for enforcement or additional supports and services, all parties are informed in real time. And it's really just to strengthen our relationship and again, alleviate a lot of the burden around administrative processes. Something, again, encampment's pretty new to us over the last several years, and we're learning lots. And as we go, this is through feedback and engagement with our local staff, this is something that we certainly thought is going to, or feel is going to make a pretty big difference. So we've engaged Chief Williams and bylaw previously, and we're going to be circling back and around some training and some dates, and we'll have this go live anytime now. And I kind of already spoke through a bit of the process, but it does start with bylaw. So each staff member will have a specific account where they will go into the portal and be able to enter information as it's received and confirmed from whether it's residents, whether it's observations of bylaw themselves, and that will instantly, like I said, trigger that response from our outreach providers, and then follow-up engagement will certainly be able to continue through the portal. I did mention, we did share, through conversation, I know the town expressed an interest in being part of that initial cohort. So this is something that was piloted over the last little while in the city of Barrie, given the number of encampments and the complexities given a larger urban area. We thought we would get the best sample size to be able to fine-tune some of the needed enhancements. And so we're at that point now. So this area here, along with Collingwood, Midland, and Orillia, if it's not in the CEO's inbox now, it probably will be in the next day or so, an invitation to provide the names and contact information for all the bylaw teams. And then training will start, and then we will support that rollout here. The rest of the rollout will be based on geographical location. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Mina to give an update on the new 10-year strategy.
Great, thanks, Jan. So the 10-year affordable housing and homelessness prevention strategy is a requirement by our role as the system service manager provincially and federally. We have to have a passed and approved and endorsed plan from our council, both upper tier and lower tiers. So we do this by our upper tier mechanism through our committee as a whole, but we like to go to all of our lower tier members and share with them what the plan is set out to accomplish. So the first 10-year plan, which really straddled 2014 to 24, and then we had a gap year waiting for provincial instructions, and then now we're doing in our second iteration of this 10-year plan. That first 10-year plan, we accomplished and overshot a goal originally set at around 2,600, creating 2,600 new affordable housing units. We ultimately ended up creating 3,700 in the first 10 years. What we learned from that is that there's you're not going to develop your way out of the challenges we have right now around homelessness and creating more affordability. So we wanted to demonstrate in this 10-year plan the things that we can do. and how can we do them. So this goal for the next 10 years is really 20,996 households being served. And we want to talk more about the people rather than just the places we're building. So in that number includes everybody that we're going to, 15,000 or so people that we're trying to prevent them from falling into homelessness. It also includes around 5,000 people or so, or 4,000 people or so, where we are supporting them through rent supplements, so creating affordability through existing supply and stock that already exists in our communities by reducing the cost of rent. And then finally creating more, which is another 1,000 or so units that we want to create more net new development that's beyond what we already have. And then the last component is to try to keep all the supply that we have created over the last 20 or 30 years and ensure that that supply stays online and doesn't fall into disrepair where we lose the affordability. So the plan kind of walks through that strategy, but really what I wanted to focus on today is just three things. So we focus on supply, we focus on people, but we also focus on system management in this plan. And what you saw and heard from Andrew today, and really that slide before, these 6 initiatives were introduced in less than 24 months. And they're all included in our new 10-year strategy. So it's not just that we're trying to address homelessness through one approach or one idea. We're trying to do it through a variety of different ways. And this includes things that you're seeing before you. This bridge housing is a modular development. So it's something that you can put together 6 weeks from the day we got council approval and the funding at hand. We're able to get trucks delivering the actual facility and have it be installed. And in total, it took us, I think, 8 weeks or 12 weeks from arrival to where we are today, where people are moving in as we speak. And then you've got your rapid rehousing programs, also a modular project, but on a smaller scale. And those one took even shorter time. I believe the Collingwood one, from the time council approved the location, it was 1 month before people were moving in, and I think it was 6 weeks as well. So we're starting to learn more about modular facilities for sure. But the temporary family shelter, again, like Andrew talked about, bringing things in-house is part of our system management role. When we recognize that our data is telling us that it's going in the wrong direction, or the wait times are longer, or there are more families than ever before right now, unfortunately, falling into homelessness, what can we do to, one, prevent them from falling into homelessness, and when they do, how do we quickly have them recover out of it without having to touch all the other parts of our system that you see here. And then, of course, initiatives like the Heart Hub First in Ontario and the encampment reporting portal. I'm not sure yet, but we'll find out in a month, but I'm pretty sure that's the first of its kind across the country, where we're sharing live information in a coordinated way right down to the location of an individual staying outside. So this makes our numbers more accurate, which allows us to, again, system manage better and manage the funding that we receive through this municipality and the upper tier in the federal and provincial governments. At this stage, I think that's kind of the broad overview of the 10-year strategy, which includes all of these initiatives, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Mina and Andrew. Appreciate it. Like the staff here at Wasaga Beach, I can tell you these gentlemen and their staff at the county eat, sleep, and breathe this every day. It's really good to hear, as we already know, that as Wasaga Beach leads the way in things that we're doing as a community, the county of Simcoe leads the way on so many projects and factors that affect the day-to-day lives of people in our communities and really do work for the greater good. Before I go to council, I'm going to look to Chief Williams. Chief?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had one sort of quick comment. I appreciate the accolades you sent the town's way. We value this partnership and hope to see it grow into the future. Just a real quick story, because I think it's very, very relevant. 3 winters ago, I got a phone call from CAO McNeil, and he pointed out that Environment Canada had just issued an extreme cold warning. It was one of those days, minus 40 with the windshield, and he basically said, what is Wasaga Beach doing about this? And my answer was terrible, and it was essentially not a whole lot, because we don't have a program in town. It was what it was, and he provided direction to do something about it. So that very first night, I know the deputy chief and myself, we slept on the floor of the old rec hall at the arena with a couple of community members. It wasn't pretty. I think we survived the night with a hot and ready pizza, but we made it work, and it was eye-opening. But what I will say, within 6 months and a little bit of back and forth communication, what I was told by the county staff was that if you can find us a facility, we can activate a program. And thanks to the generosity of Faith Missionary Church, Graham and Bridget and their entire team, they were able to open the doors, and the county stepped up, and they came true to their word financially and just with the expertise and staffing support. And in 3 years, it's grown from a no program to a program that runs 6 months of the year, 7 days a week. And as you saw, I think it was about 750 beds or cots, filled over this winter. We do a lot of work as a municipality, but that is truly saving lives. I don't know about you, but I complain when I have to shovel snow, especially windrows at the end of my driveway. But sleeping outside in the winter is not possible, in this area of Canada. So you guys do life-saving work. I also wanted to say that it's incredibly difficult work. We all know this. Sometimes some of these programs, they're focused on the symptoms of the problem, not necessarily the cure, because we have no choice. You can't wait until that night and say you can't come sleep inside because someone could die. And, we're just incredibly proud to be part of this program. And I also just wanted to point out for our community that this is an issue that affects all communities. It's not a Wasaga Beach problem. It's not a County of Simcoe problem. It's a Canada and a worldwide problem. And, we all have a responsibility just to do a small part. And I think that we've come a far way, and I'm sure there's work to be done still. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chief. Excellent comments. And, it's often the case where, municipalities and the upper tier, the County of Simcoe, the province, the federal government, we work quietly in the background to make things happen. And we don't always get out there and announce and bolster that here's what we're doing. But be rest assured, a lot of people this winter across the County of Simcoe were placed into shelter overnight or for long term. And it is complicated, difficult work, complex, because you're dealing with all different walks of life and different situations. You're dealing with, infants right up to seniors and all different nationalities and religions, and so it is complex, but be rest assured, folks, that, the County of Simcoe, the town of Wasaga Beach in this case, and all the other communities in this county are doing our very, very best to ensure that anyone who is in need of a home is going to have one. I'm going to now look to members of council for comments. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I've been very impressed with our Simcoe County partners, and the challenge is that in the current situation and for the foreseeable future, it's hard to keep up with the demand and the need because it's growing and instead of getting less. You've talked, with the experience and the technical and the strategy, but I want to talk about the dedication and the passion, because I personally been in a situation where trying to help residents in crisis, where I've called and talked to Mina or left messages. He phones me back on weekends. He contacts suppliers, and this is not just a job to them. It's a mission, and it's an important mission, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate it, because we really are responsible for all of our residents, and you help us a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Councillor Timms.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I did have a few questions when I looked at the presentation, but most of them were answered very well. Thank you. I think I heard you say, but I'm not sure, what do you estimate the actual number of people that are living in encampments in Wasaga Beach? I know that's not easy to track.
So it's through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. It is a difficult one to track right now. Our number that we have through our open.simcoe.ca, there was 6 individuals. Now, I do want to preface this is that was the last known information that they shared with an individual who is a HIFIS user. So we use a system-wide database that's called the Homeless Individuals and Families Information System. We are continuing to expand who uses that. Historically, it was just in the hands of shelter providers, but now our outreach teams have this, food banks have this, libraries have this, our social services staff, so Ontario Works ODSP, they have access to this information. So what they're doing is we're getting better and more accurate data. But so the last known interaction they had disclosed with someone who entered into the system that they were encamped. Now that person, it could have been a couple months ago as well. So to our best known information that we have through HIFIS, we have 6 individuals encamped somewhere throughout the town of Wasaga Beach.
Yes, and I do understand that that doesn't take into consideration people that are precariously housed as well. You mentioned couch surfing and, and from time to time I seem to have individuals in my house that fit that title, and I've seen some of the good outreach that happens. I thank you for that. I do also have a question about when you talk about family shelters and the fact that we don't really have a family shelter, and the motels work with the program. Is there a notion that a family shelter would be better serving, especially the children? Because I have known a family that were in a family shelter, and it was actually, it's hard to say this and make it understood in the way that it was explained to me, but the child really loved the support and the care, the food, the kids. And, it's quite different than a night in a motel.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, and you're absolutely correct. And so part of what we're seeing is historically shelters themselves were intended to be very short-term emergency situations, and unfortunately, for many reasons, we see the chronicity, the number of days individuals are staying in a dedicated shelter are increasing immensely. We know shelters are not the solution to solving homelessness. Supportive, deeply affordable housing is. With that said, we did see drastically over the last several years an increasing need amongst families. And so while there are some programs that are operating now in more of a family model, part of the reason we brought the program in-house is because historically the temporary family shelter program had upwards of 16 different motels operating throughout Simcoe County. So there might be a couple beds here, a couple beds there, and we would continuously connect individuals or have our support staff traveling throughout Simcoe County to engage, a couple rooms in one location, a couple in the other. Over the past 6 months, Council has approved us to enter into long-term lease agreements to now have 2 completely sole occupancy of 2 motels within Simcoe County. That allowed us now to have their own dedicated room, similar to a shelter, but with the ability to now layer in intensive supports and services. So we are able to almost operate in a shelter model, but it's actually more of a supportive housing model. And that in itself, I think, is a direct testament to us being able to house almost 80 families in the last 6 months, because they're able to have the independence of their own room, intensify on-site supports and services, and get those individuals connected to permanent housing. So to answer your question, we are kind of standing up family shelters, but in an actually probably more effective and efficient way.
Oh, thank you for that explanation. And while we know that we're never going to solve this in my lifetime, for sure, hopefully someone else in the room's lifetime, but I doubt it. It's good to know that I feel like Simcoe County is really leading the way. And just an anecdotal comment: the community church that provides Monday dinner, I had an experience of going in a week after the fire chief, and everybody, from the volunteers to all the folks enjoying the dinner that night, were telling me, the fire chief was here last week, the fire chief was here last week. So he's a hard act to follow, and we're very proud of the work that has happened in the last few years here in Wasaga Beach. So thank you, everybody. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. Response to that, Chief?
Your Worship, I just want to add, I believe, Andrew, did you visit the same church for dinner, or you're on the list? So there's a lot of good leadership that are willing to help, so good for you guys.
Excellent. All right, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. This is, I have to really applaud Mina, like, since you took on this massive portfolio in coming to Simcoe County, you're leading your team with such nimbleness and creativity. And from sitting on this committee for the last 3.5 years, I can see this transformative shift in terms of how the problems are being approached. And that was never more clear than when I attended the Heart Hub event a month ago or so on behalf of the warden, and walking through all of those stations, and literally how each of those individuals get a white glove experience in trying to and support an embracive hug to transition from crisis to stability. It's so innovative, right? And as my colleagues have said, truly leading the way. I think there's going to be some awards kind of coming, or recognition, to Simcoe County. And I love the encampment portal, because, you know, the fire chief, the mayor, myself, CAO McNeil, we have formed a community safety committee, in a sense, an internal group, and sometimes with encampments, it's kind of like whack-a-mole, you know, because everybody's moving and they're all around. So to be able to put that data into something that can help formulate and support your strategy, and more importantly, back up your applications for funding, because that's another thing that your team does an outstanding job with, is getting the funding. And the province is definitely recognizing that what you're doing is working and it's achieving results rather than just putting Band-Aids. And my final comment is, it's clear from your presentation that if a resident in Simcoe County or Wasaga Beach wants help, there is help. You know, the challenge is how to deal with the ones that don't want the help, right? And that's the frustrating piece. But please, if you can bring back to your staff, we're so grateful and very proud of the work that all of you do.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Mina, sorry.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Smith, Councillor Snell, and Councillor Belanger, and Councillor Timms. Like, just want to be very clear. Like, this is not a one-person approach. Like, there's a large and dedicated staff. So when I do get those calls, guess what happens next? Like, I call someone and they answer my phone call to engage and work and figure out a solution. So I just want to be very I would be remiss not to recognize our staff teams that are constantly out there, and oftentimes, you know, see the worst of it, you know what I mean, and then still have to figure out a way to provide solutions. And I think, you know, myself and Andrew and others have been doing some shadowing just to get a good sense of what goes into pulling something together. And, you know, believe me, I tell you, like, they're not shy to tell us, like, hey, slow down, or we need a little bit more time, or we need a little bit more help. And that's where council has come and been a huge champion, both here at this level and at you know, county council level, just being really strong supporters and advocates of our work. And that's helped us get federal and provincial dollars. And like, the Heart Hub was a provincial initiative, and we are 1 out of 17. And of the 17, 10 were already going to get it because they were converting from safe consumption sites. So really 1 out of 7. So it was not without all the advocacy and the work that we do together, you know, at AMO and these different like venues to try to secure more funding for the county. So I do want to just say it's an absolute team effort. It's a community effort. And as Chief Williams has said, that it's not one approach. Like, it has to be a community approach. So I really appreciate the comments, but it's definitely a team effort. Thanks.
True leadership, Mina. Thank you for those comments, and I'm sure your staff thank you for that as well. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. 2 words, God sent. That's what you guys are, truly, truly. Not only are you housing the vulnerable, but you're also providing programs. Because it means nothing if you're housing them, then they get back out and they go back into their old habits. So they come back in. And Mina, what you said about it's a group, that's totally understood. But from my experience with you, when I've called you, you return my calls. So you're the face, the first face that we have, which is, but if it's an indication how the rest of your staff work, that's incredible. So as a leader, it shows that, you know, you're out there doing the same amount of work. So we appreciate that. And I agree with all what my counselors here had said. The one thing I really wanted to point out, which I was really happy about, was when our Chief Williams here put out a report one time about the temperatures. You have to reach -30 in order to open up our warming centers. Well, I had stated that -30 is ridiculous. That's my opinion. And I thought, who would sleep out there at -30? Like, to me. And I asked, if possible, we can at least, for the time being, do it to -20. So he took it back. And then I got the great news afterwards that you guys came back and it was at -10. So at -10, then the warming centers were opened. And I thought, that's the way it should be. So and I came from county, so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Andrew?
Yep. Thank you, through you, Mayor. Appreciate that comment. I can actually add another element. So this year, this past year, we actually eliminated temperature activation. That was something that was at the forefront of what we really wanted to accomplish. So we have opened all warming centers throughout the county daily, regardless of the temperature, from the fall, the end of the fall, so start of the winter season up until April 30th. Some areas we have 24/7, just given the location, the venue allowed for it. And we operate them more as if it were supportive respite centers. So we were able to bring in health services, employment services, social services. And from that, we actually housed a considerable number of individuals directly from these warming centers because we were able to build those relationships, and these individuals didn't have to come and go, and you might see them once a week depending on the weather. And Simcoe County is vast. It could be -15 up in North Simcoe, and it's 0 degrees in the south. And just the confusion and individuals not having resources to know if something's open, the transportation. I think the temperature activation served the purpose with limited funding. At the end of the day, I think it created a lot of red tape and barriers trying to get people, safety. No one should be outside in the winter. And so that was something that was very much at the forefront of something we had to get to work this winter. And again, through the town, through Chief Williams and the church, to their willingness to provide that space aligned with all the other operations. And it's been very successful. So I just thought I'd add that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That's absolutely incredible, because that's true. I mean, how's somebody living outside supposed to know what the temperature is? Like, do one of these and figure it out? So having it open all the time, because you don't know their circumstance, they're diabetic, they need some water to come in, or so that's fabulous news. Now, I just have one question, just out of curiosity. Your low-income housing, what's your waiting list?
Through you, Mayor Smith, thank you for the question, Councillor. So our wait list numbers vary depending on the property. So this is why, like, I could give you the general answer. There's about 6,000 people who have applied for low-income housing. However, we're working on a much more accurate way to reflect that need, because if the unit, you know, like some of the properties we have here in Wasaga Beach, some of them are large and some of them are smaller. So the seniors building, I believe, is like 30 units or so. 30 units, if only 5 people move out every 5 years, that wait is going to be very long, and maybe there's only 5 people waiting, right? So if I said it was only 5 people waiting for that building, you'd say, oh, that's not bad. But if they're waiting for 5 or 10 years, then yeah, that's a problem in affordability. Whereas there could be buildings like Zoo Park, which are like 100 or 99 units, but we see turnover there every year of 5 people. right? So maybe there's 100 people waiting on that list, but they're moving in faster. So is it the amount of people who are applying for housing? That's a good number to have, but they're provincial. So the provincial legislation allows anyone from anywhere within Ontario to apply on any of our lists across the 47 service managers. So there could be the same person on all 47 lists. So again, are they unique individuals or are they repeat customers just applying everywhere? So our hope is to set up a dashboard like town by town, property by property, where you click in like through a GIS tool, it tells you how many units, how many people are waiting, and how recently a vacancy has happened, or what's the average time of vacancy. That way you better understand the affordability. And then there's some people who don't apply. They're so discouraged that they don't apply. And then that's the hidden need or the missing middle, or people who are trapped in like households staying in one location. Like those are all indicators of need, or indicators of need of affordability. So I tend to like try to shift our focus away from the traditional, oh, there's this long list, but you know, Toronto has 100,000 people. So if we start doing that, we're never going to get prioritized for funding if we start just lending towards that one number. What we want to show is how many people are coming into the system and how many people are leaving the system. That inflow, outflow, whether it be homelessness or affordable housing or subsidized housing, tells us the depth of the need that we're trying to solve.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much, Andrew and Mina. You know, what this is really about is building relationships. And, you know, as Mina just mentioned, we have 440 municipalities in the province of Ontario. Every single municipality has an affordable housing crisis. What does affordable housing even mean today? That itself is a you know, it's a riddle wrapped in an enigma. I mean, I don't think anyone can figure that one out, even though we try. And out of 440 municipalities, 47 service managers. Again, complex and difficult. But what's important to note here, I think, today is, you know, as the Deputy Mayor said, in the County of Simcoe, and we can only speak about Wasaga Beach in the County of Simcoe here today, but if anyone in the county wants or needs housing, a simple phone call, and we'll make sure, if you're on the street, we will get you housed, one way or the other, although temporary to start, and then move through the system. But, you know, if you're living on the street, either you don't have the knowledge base or what you need or know who to call, or you choose to do so. And, you know, it's a really proud moment, I think, for our community and for the County of Simcoe, that, you know, we can hear these types of reports from these gentlemen today as to how effective we are. And although we know there's a long way to go, and, you know, as Councillor Tim said, probably not in our lifetime will we fix this problem. I don't know that this problem will ever be fixed. But what you can be rest assured of to the residents of Wasaga Beach and the residents of the County of Simcoe is that we're doing our very best, and we're leading the way. We're doing better, I would say, than all the rest, but for certain, for most. And I agree, there are, you know, accolades, no doubt, coming this Simcoe County way. Again, Mina, thank you for your comments and you know, indicating how important it was to let everyone know that it's not just you, it's your staff. And we do that here all the time. You know, this council has some great ideas, maybe not so great ideas, but either way, none of it happens without the folks you see sitting here and all the folks that are in their offices and are at their desk right now, or out in a truck or wherever it may be, making it happen. And so we appreciate your presentation. We appreciate all you do. We appreciate our partners at the County of Simcoe, so thank you very much. We do have a motion with respect to this, that the presentation by the County of Simcoe pertaining to homelessness services and encampment response update be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor Timms, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Gentlemen, thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 6.2 is the Wasaga Beach Transit Master Plan presentation, and I understand we have our guest Jordan, forgive me Jordan, Papa Zoglu, Close enough. All right. Here
Close
with
enough,
us today from Left Turn, Right Turn Consulting, great name, pertaining to the Wasaga Beach Transit Master Plan. So Jordan, we'll turn it over to you, and it looks like you have Evan with you. Welcome.
Yes, I do. Thank you, folks. Can you see my screen? I hope you can. Fantastic. Okay. All right. I'll get into this right away. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for having us today. My name is Jordan Papazoglu. I am a transit consultant with Left Turn, Right Turn, and I'm here today to present on the Town of Wasaga Beach's 10-year transit master plan. As mentioned, I'm joined by my colleague Evan Brown, who was our technical lead on this project. So just a brief agenda for our presentation today. I'm trying to keep it to around 15 minutes. So first, I wanted to start with our project overview to inform you on the process of developing this transit master plan. Then we will present some high-level findings from how the service operates today and some anecdotal feedback we received from the community during the course of our project. Following this, we will present how the transit master plan envisions Wasaga Beach transit changing over the next 10 years. And this will include proposed changes to the existing route network and several supporting recommendations. And then finally, we will present the potential financial impact of the transit master plan and its recommendations over the next 10 years. So Left Turn, Right Turn was retained by the town of Wasaga Beach in May of last year to complete a 10-year master plan. The purpose of this work was to develop a plan that will support the town in planning for its transit network and efficient development and growth. Our work plan was split over 5 phases, beginning with our current state assessment of Wasaga Beach Transit that we conducted last summer. This task focused on developing a stronger understanding of transit in Wasaga Beach, and we approach it through a myriad of ways, including on-site investigations at ride-alongs of both Transit Plus and Routes 1 and 2, through engagement, policy review, and significant data analysis as well. Throughout the summer and early fall, our team worked with town staff to brainstorm and workshop future options for the transit service, including future route designs and transfer hub design and locations as well. Then later in the fall, our team worked on refining the proposed future state, including developing cost estimates and additional recommendations to support town staff over the course of these 10 years. Finally, our team developed a draft report of the town's transit master plan and worked with town staff to refine the plan prior to bringing it forward to you folks today. So, as you folks know, Wasaga Beach Transit is a conventional transit service that operates daily from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day of the year, with the exception of Christmas Day. The service is currently comprised of 2 routes. There's Route 1, which is a 90-minute route that travels from the casino on the west end through the Superstore on 45th and Mosley toward the Walmart before shifting to an on-demand service in the eastern area of town. The other route, Route 2, operates every 60 minutes, and it travels from 71st Street, also through the Superstore on 45th and Mosley, toward the Wasaga Stars Arena and the Public Library. Overall, the service's annual ridership has been approaching 80,000 trips over the past few years, with nearly 3/4 of that ridership along Route 2. In contrast, ridership along specifically the on-demand component of Route 1 accounts for just 4% of total ridership, despite accounting for approximately 18% of all service hours. A specialized transit service, and as I mentioned briefly earlier, Transit Plus is also offered throughout Wasaga Beach through an existing agreement with neighboring communities in Collingwood and in Clearview. Transit Plus is available between the 3 communities for riders with accessibility needs and provides door-to-door service. Transit Plus is offered at the same times as the routes 1 and 2 are, so 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And in its most recent 12-month period, Transit Plus completed just over 6,000 trips annually across the 3 communities. Okay. So the two busiest stops in the current transit network are the Superstore and Walmart. Overall, these two stop locations accounted for just about 30% of all boarded trips. So the Superstore location also acts as a transfer point between various transit services, including Clearview Transit, Simcoe County Links, and for County Links, it is the Route 4 up to Collingwood and Route 2 down to Barrie via Stainer, and also FlixBus as well. Other busy stops within the network include Wasaga Stars Arena, the Public Library, and the IDA Plaza. Our analysis also indicated a lack of or limited transit access to some of the newer development areas in Wasaga Beach, including Sunnydale and towards the east at Elm Developments. I did want to mention that the current routing of the Simcoe County Links Route 4, the one that heads up to Collingwood, does provide additional service along Beechwood Road beyond 71st Street. So when looking at this map here, there is service through County Links that is for folks all the way at the western end of Wasaga Beach, up into the border with Collingwood. So through the course of our assignment, we wanted to make sure that we were getting feedback from the community. Therefore, we had set up several touch points with various groups across the past year or so. So our staff participated in 2 in-person public events, a farmers market in June of last year, and also during the Home Energy Savings Symposium that was hosted by the town at the Wasaga Beach Stars Arena and Library in October of last year. Additionally, a public survey was launched last summer at the same time as the farmers market to gain additional input from the community. Beyond that, we participated in 2 meetings with the town's Accessibility Advisory Committee. Our first engagement was during an August 2025 committee meeting where we discussed with members on the current state of both Wasaga Beach Transit and Transit Plus. We then met again with the committee in February of this year, so only a few months ago, to present the draft transit master plan and to receive their feedback. Additionally, we held 4 meetings, 1 round of one-on-ones, and then 3 group sessions with individual stakeholders, including town staff from the Public Works Department, Planning, Economic Development Departments, the Wasaga Beach Youth Center, and a representative from the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit. These meetings were spread throughout the course of the project to gain, at first, insight on the current state of transit, but also to present potential solutions and future concepts of the transit network and transfer hub design and location to the group to get their feedback. We also engaged with the town's contractor, Landmark, on a few occasions to receive their input on the operations and identify any pain points they have with ongoing operations and the routing and such. Finally, we also attended a meeting with the town's regional partners, including Simcoe County, the town of Collingwood, and Clearview Township, to better understand the ongoing relationship and any potential for any synergistic solutions going forward. So from all these engagements, several themes were noted from this anecdotal feedback that we received from the public, from stakeholders, and from our project working group. First, with communication and visibility, some felt that there is a need for increasing education and awareness of transit, especially when it comes to the on-demand service that is currently offered along Route 1. Additionally, it was noted that it can sometimes be challenging to communicate detours or unforeseen delays between staff, the contractor, and the public. As it pertains to the role in growing Wasaga Beach, we did receive significant feedback on the desire to incorporate or include transit access to large development areas, that is, like Sunnydale and the Elm Developments. Next, on the cost of service, rioters provided consistently positive feedback over fare prices, and this includes from the one-way ticket fare, the monthly fare, but especially the youth pass, the monthly youth pass that is offered for riders. Next, on service reliability, there is a perception among riders that Transit Plus service can often be delayed, specifically when riders are being picked up. On the transit technology perspective, we did receive feedback from several parties of scheduling software issues or challenges with Transit Plus and the on-demand service as well. And we also receive feedback on, but also experience it ourselves during our data analysis of inconsistent data collection for the conventional fixed routes, being routes 1 and route 2. Finally, on the Superstore hub, feedback included that there can be bus delays for the service getting in and out of the Superstore parking lot. And finally, we did receive feedback from many parties regarding safety concerns for both riders and operators at the current location. So through our current state assessment, we identified 5 strategic objectives to help guide us through developing future design and recommendations for the service. And these objectives were enhancing community access to transit, providing a convenient and reliable user experience, increasing awareness of Wasaga Beach Transit, fostering a transit supportive planning environment, and incorporating an equity-based approach to future policies. So these objectives helped us develop and design the future state of transit in Wasaga Beach over the next 10 years and kind of helped us as a bit of a guide moving forward. So the proposed future Wasaga Beach Transit Network would be comprised of 3 routes. Route 1 will be a route that services East Wasaga Beach and maintain its connection to the Superstore and the new transit hub, which I'll get to on the next slide. It will operate every 6 Walmart, beyond which the Route 1 will branch into 2 routes that will alternate every hour. So there would be, those are the dotted lines that you see here on the screen. So Route 1A will travel north up to River Road, east to Archer Road, and then back. And then Route 1B would travel south down Golf Course Road to Klondike Park and the Sports Complex. Route 2 will be a route that provides dedicated 30-minute frequency between, via an additional in-service bus, and provides service between the Superstore and the Elm Developments via the Walmart. The 30-minute frequency will be during peak periods, Monday to Friday, so think of that as 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. And outside of those hours, midday, later in the evening, and on weekends, it'll provide service every 60 minutes and only have 1 bus servicing that route. And then finally, Route 3 will be a route that provides 60-minute frequency in West Wasaga Beach, connecting the casino, the Superstore, residential neighborhoods, and the new high schools. So, in addition to the future transit network, a new location for the Wasaga Beach Transfer Hub has been proposed along the town's right-of-way on Mosley Street. So this is a relocation of about 150 or 200 meters. I'll see if my laser pointer is working. Just for anyone, as a reminder where the, and hopefully you see a laser pointer, it is kind of to the bottom right where the existing hub currently is. So a slight relocation is what is being proposed. So this location was preferred over others as it minimizes the impact to the existing routes and leverages the town's right-of-way. The proposed concept would allow sufficient space for not only Wasaga Beach Transit buses today and in the future, but also the regional services of Clearview, Simcoe County, and FlixBus to lay over their vehicles as well. I would also like to mention that the engineering design work for this hub is underway so far this year in 2026. So beyond the updated route design and revised transfer hub, there were a handful of supporting recommendations that were developed in this plan to help support staff. So these recommendations include improving data metrics and reporting procedures, strengthening service delivery and operations, upgrading existing stops and supporting infrastructure, specifically around the areas where there will be new route implementations, so specifically for Route 3, enhancing communication, education, and engagement for transit in Wasaga Beach, supporting long-term financial sustainability via updating the town's fare strategy on an ongoing basis, and continuing to explore potential integration and fare integration with neighboring systems across the county. And then what I believe is my last real slide, The 10-year master plan includes a financial summary of expected operating and capital costs over the next decade. I certainly want to stress that these costs are subject to council-approved budgets. Broadly, operating costs by 2036, so in 10 years from this plan, are projected to rise 92% from today. I will mention that most of that increase would be due to an increase in the number of service hours to get that third route onto the road. And then the other part that is non-negligible is we did factor in an annual inflation increase of 2% across the board, and then adding a little bit more for operator contract increases up to 5% for specific years. And then also capital costs such as vehicle purchases and new infrastructure are accounted for in this 10-year master plan, with funding options such as the Canadian Public Transit Fund available to reduce these costs. So that was my last proper slide. I want to thank you all for letting us be here to present our findings to you folks. We've had a great experience with Mark and Kevin over the past year and working with them to help develop this. I'll pause here for now for any comments and questions. And I will say I do have a 14th slide in case you folks want to look at a zoomed in version of the future route network. But for now, I'll keep it at this slide and I'll pass it back over to you folks.
Thank you very much, Jordan. I'll now look to Kevin for any comments you may have before I go to council.
Thank you, Worship, through you. I don't necessarily have any comments, but I think I would just want to underscore, obviously, there's a lot of recommendations within the master plan, and as with every master plan, the next steps will be developing a reasonable and attainable financial strategy to accommodate that. But certainly our priority from a network perspective is to try and get that third route implemented as soon as we can, so we have dedicated and reliable service to those neighborhoods that currently do not. I think council is aware we have I don't want to say overstayed our welcome at the Superstore hub, but there are some conflicts on site with that existing hub, and we've committed to relocate that. And as Jordan had mentioned, we've already initiated some of the design efforts to explore that lay-by scenario on Molesey Street. So that is underway. But no, I just want to acknowledge the folks at Left Turn, Right Turn were great to work with, and we appreciate the presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Kevin. Members of council, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I do have a question, and it probably is for Director Lalonde. I have more than one question. The Superstore Transit Hub relocation, the westbound loop will have buses turning onto Puccini. Did I understand that correctly? And if so, will that road receive some upgrading and possibly sidewalks? It seems like a lot of buses will be adding to that traffic flow back there, which can sometimes be quite busy with the back entrance to the plaza. And will there be a light at Puccini for the buses to turn?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Timms. So the refinement of the alignment of the routes is yet to be done. However, how we envision that left turn movement happening is, maybe Jordan, if you can put up the third route strategy, or even the lay-by design. The buses that will need to go westbound, ideally, we need to prioritize a traffic signal there. So what we anticipate is the buses that need to go westbound from that hub will circulate. You see the left side where the left lay-by, left of the right-in, right-out entrance to the Superstore. The ones that have to go westbound, we envision them queuing in that left side, and then they will actually turn into the right-in, right-out, and then maneuver through the parking lot, and then turn left at the signal. So we're not going in behind the Superstore. That's where they'll turn left. So we don't envision the left turn movement on to, Puccini. Usually I'm pretty good with the street names. We purposely did not want to make a left turn lane onto Puccini because of the bend in the road, the high traffic volumes, and it's difficult to turn left at any point in time, and when you're on a fixed schedule and you're trying to maintain that schedule for rider comfort and dedication. So we're actually still leveraging the signal at the Superstore as it stands today, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. I misinterpreted it. I thought they were going to be turning and then using Puccini. Yes, about that left on Puccini, I've given up on that. And I always go to the 45th light now because I do live right in that area. I'm so happy to see Route 3, but I'm aware that we still have some isolated communities and wonder if there were any requests during the community engagement for a silver birch loop or an oxbow loop, because if you live in those communities, you have to have a car. You know, it's a long, long walk out to the closest bus stop. So I'm just wondering if that kind of feedback came through.
Through you.
I can jump in there, Kevin, and get us started. We did not hear anything specifically about, in terms of feedback from the community on vehicle routing through Oxbow Park or Silver Birch. We certainly looked at and we recognized there are 2 or 3 areas that are particularly challenging to service, Oxbow Park being probably the most challenging given its existing road network. And I think something else we wanted to ensure, and that goes for the other communities along River Road West, kind of in between the Recplex and the Walmart there. We wanted to ensure that from an operational standpoint that the routes that are being proposed, and this one in specific is Route 2, it is able to complete its 60-minute loop on time, because that is something that we heard about service reliability, and that folks just generally would want to have their vehicles there or their buses arrive on time and the availability there. So it was certainly something that our team considered through Silver Birch, through Oxbow, but ultimately, given some some road network challenges, and that we didn't necessarily hear anything too strong from the public on it, ultimately led us at this time where for Oxbow Park you have routes traveling Route 3 traveling along Sunnydale Road, and then you have routes 1 and 2 traveling along Mosley Street. It doesn't necessarily go into Oxbow Park, but that was kind of as close as we could get to those communities, and same goes for Silver Birch and Route 2.
Thank you, Jordan. General Manager Lalonde.
Just if I may add to that, we actually did a pilot several years ago through Silver Birch, and in response to a request based on demand or perhaps perceived demand, and it wasn't successful. Very little ridership uptake, and we did Silver Birch through Caribou, Port Royal, or Royal Beach back to Blueberry Trail. So we have attempted that at one point in the past, and it was not. It wasn't used as well as we had anticipated given the interest.
Yeah, I think we also did a test out to Hometown, correct? If I'm not mistaken, and that was high demand, and then when we put it in play, there was hardly any ridership there either.
Correct, Your Worship, we did that, but I think what satisfies a lot of the demand near Hometown is Transit Plus, and we now have that door-to-door eligible service for those with mobility needs, and so a lot of the members in those communities qualify for that service, so much better than conventional. We're able to go door-to-door and provide that service, so we have less inquiries from members of those communities in the southeast.
Thank you. Councillor, go ahead.
Yeah, and finally, Your Worship, through you, I do realize what a tricky environment transit is, really, because unless people are using it, you can't have good transit. If you don't have good transit, people won't use it. And I suspect the next master plan will have to take in more areas like the far east side of Wasaga Beach, up River Road East, where there is no transit unless it's on demand. I'm not sure of that. And also Beechwood, which I suspect now, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have to use 2 buses. If you were living on Beach Road and you were going to work at the main end, you would take a bus to the Lynx bus, I guess, to the Superstore Transit Hub, which I guess we won't call it that, and then continue on to the next bus. And I look at it also from the optics of economic development and where we're going, and as those neighborhoods change over to people that are going to, you know, a house or a car and all those things, it's difficult, I think, for many people to have transportation, and sometimes that's an obstacle for work. So I do respect this master plan. I know that it will never be a perfect master plan because it can never pay for itself. So, well, the plan is perfect, Jordan and Evan, but I know that we struggle to really provide the ultimate service because of the high cost of transit. So anyways, I'm starting to just, you know, ramble, so I will sign off there. Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions for clarification, actually, and Director Lalonde, maybe you can answer these. So I'm looking at the financial implications, and it states here $42,000 for the software for this year. Is that what we're going to be paying this year for new software for the buses?
Jordan, perhaps you can speak to that. It's not what we pay for current, the recommendations were to explore alternate software strategies collectively with our partners. So right now we do have a fare management software, and I don't know if it is 40,000 or not, but I don't know if you have those numbers in front of you, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm just quickly trying to go through them just so that, and I know the budget in the report document, we do aggregate and put together some of a variety of different contracts. So I believe it is a combination of the transit fare contract as well as Blaze Transit for the on-demand and for the Transit Plus system. Yeah, so it's the current software has it's 3 different usages. So the booking and scheduling of Transit Plus, the booking and scheduling of the on-demand service, and as well as the Transit Fare, which helps track fares collected on the conventional routes 1 and 2.
So then, to be clear, for the councillor's question, is it $42,000 annually that those 3 software programs collectively cost us, or is this a new software that we're looking to purchase for $42,000? Do I have that right, councillor?
Do, but it says here the transit operating costs for the 2025 fiscal year were $993,000, and $42,000 of that went for software.
Just thank you to, through your worship, to Councillor DeLeo, and thank you to Madam CFO. So yes, we do, our annual software solutions for transit is 36,980, and that includes everything from Microsoft 365 to our transit fare management software to the transit fare online portal that we rely on for payment online. That also includes landmark software maintenance and the Blaze software for the on-demand transit. So it's a collection of several. And throughout the recommendations, some of the feedback was to consolidate that and explore perhaps a more, not only user-friendly, but more accurate software and database that we can rely on in the future. So thank you for your question.
Because the reason why I'm asking that is because in the report, I was kind of taken back by 2.3, Wasaga Beach Transit Performance Assessment, where it indicates that an initial assessment of the quality of the data indicated gaps caused by human input error, as well as incongruous data patterns in the first 9 months of 2025 due to defectiveness of one's bus onboard tracking technology. These gaps affect ridership, total service hours, mileage, and on-time performance. Further investigation confirmed greater reliability with the data collected in 2024. Therefore, the 2024 data set was used as a base for this analysis with some consideration for 2025. So I'm confused. So if the first 9 months it wasn't running properly, why wasn't it caught? Like, why?
Well, it is really, in terms of the data, our staffing levels right now, as you may know, it's myself and maybe 3% of the project coordinator's role. So we rely on the software that we do have, and we don't get into the finite minutia of the statistics. And in fact, it wasn't really brought to our attention until just through the analysis from left turn, right turn, which was greatly appreciated. To your point, the statistics that we rely on is what we use to submit to the province for funding, and it's based usually on population of the community as well as ridership statistics. So there were some anomalies that LTRT had found through the data as well as between the two systems, Blaze and transit fare. So part of the recommended approach you'll find is for us to really look into that and develop either a new plan for data analysis or software. And in fact, there are systems that you can put on the bus where it automatically tracks independent of tapping your card, because sometimes people tap, other times they don't tap, they pay with cash, and then there's different user software buttons that they have to press to make the tracking. So like with every master plan, there's opportunities for improvement, and it was something that was identified quickly through the analysis, and it's something that we will be working towards for sure.
So I think what it comes down to is we don't have a dedicated analyst that looks at our transit system and those computer systems, and this was clearly a software issue that was caught through the transit master plan.
Correct. We rely on myself and the project coordinator, and certainly transit is, I don't want to say it's reactive, but it has been reactive given the service levels that we do operate and maintain and the staffing levels we have. But when they are brought forward or issues are known, we certainly jump on them. And this is one where we do know that, from route timing and scheduling and analysis as well as data collection is something that certainly was presented through the master plan that we need to try and prioritize or find resources to dedicate towards that to improve that aspect.
One more?
Go ahead,
Just one
Councillor.
more? Yep. So this one also got to me. The customer service and experience. Feedback received indicated that phone scheduling staff are sometimes unfriendly or impatient with customers when booking trips. Now, I know this is a third party that takes these calls, but then there's a phone number that if you have any complaints, to call the town. There's a special phone number. Have these been addressed? I mean, if there's a lot of them that are seniors and you start talking to them like that over the phone, like, that's unacceptable. Like, you don't talk to people like that or make them feel, unfriendly or, customer service is what it's all about. And you can't make people feel like, they're calling and they're not feeling welcomed. So has this been addressed with the third party?
Certainly every time, through your worship to Councillor DeLeo, certainly every time we receive feedback that is perhaps not positive towards staff, and that's not just transit or third party, that's public works, that's parks, and perhaps not the fire department, but we do address those matters, and we do source the facts, because sometimes comments are made and perhaps it doesn't quite align with what you're hearing, but certainly every time a complaint's brought forward, we look into that and it gets addressed or through our operator for sure.
With this report here, seeing that it's from the report with his findings, will it be looked into more carefully?
If it was brought forward at the time, I don't think there's a specific name or address or date, so we wouldn't be following up with that particular comment. But as I'd mentioned, when the complaints come forward, we address them with our operator right then and there.
So I think what we're hearing is that the report has told us there's an issue. Obviously, we're going to act on the report and make improvements to the system. That's one of them. Kevin, you've indicated if we receive a complaint at the municipality about the transit operator, we speak with the operator at the time to deal with those issues. Okay. You know, we don't have a police force in Wasaga Beach, so usually it's police and fire who are bickering back and forth, but we do have a public work. So Kevin, kudos to you and your team for keeping up that end for our police force to be rallying with the fire department. All right, anything further, Councillor? All right. Next is Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I just was very impressed. Like, I mean, you showed a slide deck that was pretty limited, but the actual report is quite detailed and intensive. And like these things, it's very personal to any individual that wants transit and may be in an area where the demand doesn't warrant the expenditure. But I would encourage everyone to skim through that report. It's extremely detailed, and I believe, you know, the whole attempt is to provide the greatest amount of service to the greatest number of people at the most cost-effective way, and I believe that we've done that. With that said, I just have one comment where you indicated that the transit on demand represented 4% of ridership and 18% of hours. Now, I know this is fairly new, and you know, hopefully that we would get a better ratio than that going forward, or reconsider the cost benefit of that service. And then the other question I have to Director Lalonde is when we talk about getting the third route in place as soon as possible, like we know that the development of the West End over the next 10 years is going to be fairly intensive. But right now, the number of stops that we would have to make compared to as the development actually happens is quite a bit. So if we were to add that road in a year, the length of time for the bus to travel that route due to the number of stops would probably be significantly less time than 10 years as the homes and the intensification of, I think, some apartment buildings and different things come up. So is that the next step, is how we transition through the 10 years and build a realistic budget, you know, by year? Because I just don't know how much usage or ridership we would get in the West End, especially as we approach closer to Collingwood. I know we have blue water, but on the west side, there's not a lot of development yet. There'll be a lot more going forward. So those are my questions. Thanks.
Kevin?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Belanger. The first point, so the on-demand and the ridership and the demand for the East End, as Council may recall, that was kind of an interim stopgap approach to address some of the demands that were being received, or the inquiries or the requests that were being received, specifically from the Elm development, where the fixed route couldn't get that far just without compromising the routing and the timing for the rest of the connections in the line. We couldn't expand that line beyond where it currently sits. So what we did was, before, Route 1 used to be a fixed route up to Archer and then back through the system from Walmart to Superstore. It was evident that from Walmart to Archer, there wasn't a lot of utilization there. So instead of just having that bus run empty up to Archer, that's when we looked at a hybrid model where we'll deviate on demand and then just stage at the Walmart, and then when there is a booked ride through the on-demand software, that bus would literally go pick that individual up, or the number of individuals that they could pick up to bring back to Walmart, at which point that same bus would continue westbound. This recommendation through the master plan identifies effectively eliminating that on-demand solution in favor of a fixed route where it's more reliable, less conflict, less challenges with booking as we've heard. So that's the one comment I wanted to make. The other one in terms of the West End, to your point, and as Jordan had mentioned earlier, right now the Lynx bus services the West End and predominantly brings those residents to Collingwood is really the primary utilization for that bus. So we have appropriate service now in the West End from 71st Street right out to Fairgrounds. It runs on an hour schedule and really integrates with our system quite well. When we do come forward next year with budgets and we look to the short term, in order to introduce that third route, it's $300,000 for a third route. And it's quite expensive. The capital in terms of acquiring additional buses to support that route is much easier because there is a lot of funding available for capital infrastructure. So through our ICIP transit stream funding, we already have submitted funding requests to satisfy a lot of our capital in the master plan. And we already know from the federal government and through the provincial ICIP transit stream that we have funding for capital already in queue. So the capital side isn't the challenge, it's the operating costs. And when you're $60 an hour and one route is 5,000 hours, from if we run the 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. throughout the community consistent with the other routes, it's $300,000. It's considerable. And if we were to just increase our monthly passes by $5 or increase our fares by 50 cents, we're only recovering maybe $40,000. So I believe it was Deputy Mayor or one of the councillors earlier had mentioned that it's not a cost recovery model, and it never has been, and we acknowledge that. It's a service that certainly is important to the community to get people around, and so it's something that we'll have to bring forward through budget, and certainly we will promote it. But there's a lot of competing priorities, and we look forward to that discussion come the new year.
Well, I'm glad you look forward to it, Kevin. Councillor Boulanger?
Just one, through you, Mayor, one follow-up for the public. So if I heard you correctly, is the 4% ridership and 18% hours for on-demand is somewhat a misleading number, because had we continued to do the old route to Archer and given the lack of utilization, we're not adding a lot of cost. It sounds like a lot of hours for ridership, but that was existing under the old route as well.
Through your worship to Councillor Boulanger. In fact, I would argue we're saving money. We're not running an empty bus back and forth, so the fuel costs, the carbon, the emissions, that's not happening. They're staging at Walmart, and if there's a call, they go to pick up the user. If there isn't, then they stage at Walmart instead of just driving and putting needless miles on the vehicle as well. So the wear and tear is reduced, fuel consumption is reduced, and one of our great initiatives, Councillor, that we implemented not too long ago.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director Lalonde, or to the gentleman on the screen. With the existing routing, what's the ridership, do you know, between Sunnydale and 71st Street on that Route 1? I don't see any circles there, so nobody's obviously getting off. That's not, there's no boardings along there, or is the data so low that it's not really even recognizing? The reason why I'm asking this is if ridership is low along that stretch, what would be the opportunity to take it and flip it so that you're going down Sunnydale Road to Sunnydale Trails and activating that line faster without having to invest extra? Was that considered?
Just if I may, Your Worship, through you to Deputy Mayor Snell. So the fare management software and the transit fare software that we have now does tell us when people get on at every stop. So I think what you're seeing on the screen is really the kind of a heat zone of the highest locations, not every location, but we can get into that finite and understand, when people are getting on the bus from hourly to each day. So if you're looking for that data, we can certainly pull that and get that to you. It's not something that was on the map that Jordan had, but we definitely have that available to us as we look into the analytics of ridership.
Thank you. I think. Well, I'm assuming, Jordan, Evan, did you guys consider that? Like, did you look at the data of that portion and give that consideration? And if not, then I'd love to see the data, because if we can try to serve that Sunnydale Trails sooner, that would be fantastic. And just a final comment, I think to your point about transit never pays itself, right? It's a lost leader to any community, but I think it's absolutely essential to not only support it, but to expand it, as ridership will increase with financial pressures, and we want our community to be happy, healthy, and whole. So unfortunately, it's something we have to invest in.
Evan or Jordan, did you have a response for the deputy mayor with respect to, did you look at that data?
Yeah, absolutely. So as Kevin mentioned, Transit Fair provides stop level data that we were able to, with decent reliability, take a look at. And I think it's slide 5 where we showed at a high level kind of the busier stops, but obviously I think we stopped probably after the 10 or 12 busiest. There's a bit of a pull towards 71st Street, and some that has it had indicated that there is some activity there. Now, maybe part of that would have been the casino, maybe part of that is folks transferring to or from county links. But we also saw that there is a considerable existing population that is serviced by that route. And what we really strive for throughout from shifting from the existing road network to, transit network to the future transit network, is to not be in a spot where we're fully taking away access to transit that already exists. Now, there are places where we might be modifying it a little bit, but ultimately our goal is not to remove transit from a stretch of a neighborhood to bring it somewhere else. And we would rather tweak the routes, maybe change some of their routing to improve its runtime so that it can extend further, such as Route 2 extending further east now to the Elm developments into that on-demand zone. And then also progressively introducing Route 3 without removing any of the existing access on the western end of Wasaga Beach. So it's absolutely, we looked at the stop performance on the west end to see what we could be doing, but we were very cognizant of not taking away transit access in that part of the community.
Great, thank you. Anything further? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Have we considered, until we activate all of the recommendations and take away the on-demand, have we considered using a wrapped van to go and pick up individuals, as there are likely 1 or 2 people that are being picked up for each call, versus tying up a bus, adding mileage, and that level of fuel consumption? Kevin?
I guess in what circumstance are you referring to? If we were to consider extending routes to Sunnydale Trails, for instance, instead of a full route, include a micro transit or micro bus to do kind of last mile and bring them to the service. We've considered it in the past, and I know LTRT would have looked at that this year, but I think given the some of the challenges that we experience with the on-demand and those rideshare booking strategies, the feedback wasn't very positive and it wasn't very reliable. So what you'll see through the recommendations is really going away from that flexible route to a more fixed route that's dependable and consistent and on time, and if you don't have a service that's reliable, they will not use it. So It certainly has been looked at even before we implemented the on-demand. That was kind of our first analysis that we did with Blaze Transit, was to look at a van versus just relying on the existing bus. And because when you have another van, you have another operator, right? You're still paying for standby, you're still paying the hourly rate. Whereas how we implemented the flexible schedule for the East End of Route 1, we just relied on that same bus and that same operator, and there was no increased cost. It probably doesn't answer your question, but it has been considered in the past, but it's not a recommendation. It's not a recommended strategy at this stage in terms of how we evolve the system over the next 10 years, but not to say we can't revisit that. But I don't know if, Jordan, if you have any thoughts on that.
Just to add one small thing to what Kevin just mentioned, and it goes back to a point Kevin made about capital costs being something that is fairly common. You can get that covered through federal and provincial grants. What we have seen in our work is the operating costs on the hourly basis between vehicles is, I wouldn't say negligible, but quite small. And so you're recognizing that we might consider that a 20-seater bus versus a passenger van, we might initially there might be a conception that, hey, this should be cheaper to operate, but as Kevin mentioned, the driver, you still now need to pay for a driver. There's still fuel costs. There's still a decent amount of your operating costs will remain the same. And yeah, so that is something we took a brief look at in terms of vehicle size, but ultimately the repurposing of the on-demand into a more fixed route, something a little bit more reliable, is where we ended up leaning.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Anything else from any of the other members of council? Seeing none, I just have a couple of comments, a couple of questions. I think it's important to note that, a lot of municipalities our size don't offer transit systems. And we're fortunate with Wasaga Beach that this was set up several years ago, and we're able to continue that. But I can tell you, I have relatives who live in Ottawa and who live in the GTA, where it's a very robust transit system. And there are times when they're on the bus for more than an hour to get to work or somewhere they want to go, or they have to make, 3 or 4 changes on different routes. And I know because I hear them complain to me about how difficult it is. But I'm going to look to you, Jordan and Evan, because this is what you do. Some of these issues and concerns you heard, I'm sure, are not uncommon. I mean, we're all human, and if I go to Foodland or to Walmart and they don't carry strawberry milk, I'm not happy. But they don't carry strawberry milk because no one's buying strawberry milk. And so, there are many areas in cities and in towns where there's transit that still doesn't have that service because there's just not enough use to justify the cost. And it is a loss leader even in the best of times. Never mind, you're creating a route that might see very few riders, and that then adds a third route or a fourth route at $300,000 just in operating, never mind the cost of those buses. So I just want to be clear for the public that I'm sure, or I'd like you to be clear for the public, if you can, that, what you're hearing through this process is not uncommon, or it is common.
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Mr. Mayor. Transit in smaller communities and rural communities that Evan and I have the pleasure of working with, the main discussion point often is what is the best way to thread the needle of providing folks reliable and effective access to transit and transportation while remaining as cost effective as possible? How can you stretch that dollar you get from the taxpayer and from your residents as to provide as much service and as quality service as you possibly can? And that's kind of the push and pull a lot, where certainly Evan and I would have loved to have introduced 4 routes or 5 routes to get to do even more. But we recognize there's a practicality that's required, that there's a pragmatism that we need to view the study through. And Kevin and Mark were very instrumental in having those conversations with us and making sure that any solution that we put forward and the implementation of this going forward was practical and pragmatic. Because it's absolutely something we hear where it's again, that's that push of wanting better transit, providing that service to the community, but also recognizing the fact that this is a service and it does fall on residents to pay it in some capacity. So it's very common that this is the conversation of how much more can we do while being cognizant of not over leveraging and asking too much from your community. And we hope, at least in terms of what the ultimate 10-year solution is and the implementation of it, that there is something for staff to spend the next couple of years bringing that solution on board in a way that is digestible for you folks at council, but certainly also for the community and for the residents.
Right, thank you very much for that, Jordan. So, you know, what I'm hearing is that we've got a pretty darn good system for a small community. We're looking to increase that service both by quality and by quantity, but there's a cost to that, and it takes some time. And you know, I can tell you that I hear from a lot of our residents how happy they are to have this service, and I hear from some residents that they're not happy because it takes. You know, it can take 30 minutes to an hour to get from one end of town to the other. That's transit, and it's complicated. And I'll tell you, before I started getting these some complaints and comments from the public and being able to sit down and speak to Kevin and whatnot about this, I had no idea how complicated it was. And a good example of that was when the casino came on board. And we were getting complaints about why doesn't the bus go to the casino? And, you know, it sits for a few minutes all the time on Lions Court. Well, it sits there when it can, but often it can't because it's down to the second. And to add that extra, you know, 2 blocks or block and a half to the casino and then to get turned around and back out would then change the whole route. And, you know, Kevin and his team worked diligently at how we were going to get that done, and we're able to accomplish that. So, Kevin, to you and the team, thank you for that. I'd just like to hear, Kevin, can you just talk a little bit about the on-demand? Because I hear from residents that it's like residents believe on-demand means it's like a taxi service, where they can call and say, I want it at this time, and I want to go here, and then I want to be picked up here at this time and brought back. And that's not quite right. So can you just talk a little bit about that for the general public's information?
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship, for the question. So the town's on-demand system, as I indicated earlier, there used to be, let's say, a 40-minute timeline. It's Route 1 is an hour and a half. One cycle is an hour and a half. Let's say 35 minutes of that was going from Walmart up to Archer and back. So instead of that 35 minutes being applied on a fixed route, we now have 35 minutes to play with every hour and a half. So every hour and a half, we've got 35 minutes to go up to Archer if we have a request, out to Elm if we have a request, or down to Marlwood if we have a request. And unfortunately, there's limitations with that because the software also takes into account route optimization. And if you get multiple people requesting service in that 35 minutes, it can only go to one person if they can't go up to Archer and then down to Marlwood and still make it back to Walmart, because that same bus, as I mentioned, is the conventional bus that runs westbound. So a lot of the feedback that we heard was they couldn't book their ride because the ride had already been booked, and the software, it couldn't optimize the collection of both riders to get back to Walmart to go westbound. So, and we knew this. We knew there was limitations. Like an hour would have been preferred, but as a block of window in time. But we didn't, again, want to compromise the rest of the system because we needed to maintain those hub connections for Route 1. Clearview, the county bus to Collingwood and Barrie. So we only had a certain amount of flexibility, and there was a learning curve in terms of how to book the ride and where to stand, because there were virtual stops established in the various neighborhoods. But a lot of the feedback we heard was that they couldn't book the ride, or they were bumped, or they were told, or the app would suggest it's not available. That's why. It's because it wasn't a 24-hour service type approach. It was a zone that had 35 minutes to try and cover a very large zone. And in reality, if you were on golf course and let's say Leo Boulevard, they're close enough that, yeah, you could pick up the 2 in the 35 minutes, get back to the route. But a lot of the feedback we heard was just the reality of how large that zone of service was every 35 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kevin. All right, if there's no other questions or comments from members of council, we do have a motion recommended that the presentation by Left Turn, Right Turn Consulting pertaining to the Wasaga Beach Transit Master Plan be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, now on to 6.2.1, again, the Wasaga Beach Transit Master Plan Report, and I will look to Kevin to speak to this. Kevin?
Your Worship, I think we had the discussion with the presentation, unless, Kevin, you have any additional comments?
No?
The one thing that came out of the review of the analytics was interesting in terms of utilization in the summer, and one would assume, given the large influx of tourists and the changing of the community in the summer months, that trend line didn't change. The users of transit are the ones that use it 365, and we did not see any true increase in ridership in the summer months, believe it or not. And I want to highlight as well that the transit drivers that we do have through Landmark, many of them have been doing it for many, many years, and they've developed great relationships with those daily riders. And a lot of the feedback we do receive is how well not only they perform, but how they interact with those daily riders every day. And but what was interesting is just the trends that we're seeing, and the fact that it's our local residents that are consistently using that even through the summer months.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin. All right, we then have the recommended motion that the report titled Wasaga Beach Transit Master Plan to the council meeting of April 30th, 2026 be received for information. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Carries unanimously. All right, at this point, before we go to delegations, we are going to break for lunch, and we also have an in-camera item that we need to deal with where we have legal counsel that is here at 1 o'clock. So we will have to break for that as well. So I'm looking to you, Madam Clerk. Should I just take us into close now so we can have that meeting with legal counsel, and then when we do a rise and report, it will be, we'll come back out, finish the agenda, and then go back in to closed session.
Thank you. That's correct, Your Worship, and the rise and report will follow that open session as well. We'll pass the motion for all items right now, recognizing that we'll recess from closed session. I do have a correction for item 17.3.4. 17.3.3, the K-12 School and Community Hub project. That exemption will actually be 239-2K, and that is the position plan procedure criteria instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on or behalf of the municipality. I'll reflect that in the minutes so we can pass the motion as is. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So then I'm going to move on then from in the agenda to item number 17, closed session, with a recommended motion that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the April 30th, 2026 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters: committee appointment, acquisition, disposition of land, K-12 school and community hub, commercial business lands, and bylaw legislative matter. And I'll just make a note that we'll also be doing our lunch break during this time, so it won't all be in camera. We will come back out of in camera, finish the agenda, and then go back into in camera again after. All right, you've heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously, and we will now go into lunch break and closed session.
We're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back now out of our lunch break and first part of our closed session, and I'll just make a note that our clerk will do a full rise and report on closed session items at the end of the day when we come back out of closed session to finish up what we've adjourned at this point. Moving on in our regular schedule, we are now at item number 7, which is delegations, and we have none today. Item number 8 is government relations, and 8.1 and 8.2, we have Sandra Watts here with us today to talk to us about the 2026 summer events lineup and external relations, as well as 8.2, which is the Destination Canada case study. Good afternoon, Sandra. The floor is yours.
Are we doing? Just one moment, please. Okay, through you, Your Worship, I am just here today just to give a very brief update in terms of what's coming. We're looking at announcing our summer lineup next week, so we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to come to council and explain a couple of things that are driving our sort of planning and our thinking around festivals and events this year. Really, essentially, there are 4 things that we're really focused on this year, and I just want to outline that 2026 is all about building on our strengths and truly focusing on how we can have the most impact here in our community and for our local businesses. We're going to be introducing stronger and longer programming where we believe it will have the most impact. That includes expanding live events that have traditionally been some of our most successful. So Memories of Summer, for example, will now be extended to a 3-day music festival, starting on a Thursday, Friday, and then culminating with a large show and fireworks on the Saturday. We are also going to be building on the Midway. Again, the Midway is a fantastic event in our community. It is so aligned with the Town of Wasaga Beach brand. And we're really quite fortunate, actually, to still have a Midway that comes to our community, one that we don't have to pay for. They come, they set up, they organize everything, and we are going to lean into that date, that July 25th date. That's the Saturday when they're here in our community, and we're really going to help to build something out around the Midway. We'll be launching a new festival this year called the Beach Life Festival, more to come next week, and that will be also a 3-day festival, again, really built around the Midway and helping to drive demand and drive visitation during that weekend. Point 2, our second pillar is really about elevating brand-aligned third-party events this season. So really working and looking at ways that we can cooperate and coordinate with the Blues Fest, for example, to drive demand, increase visitation and participation in that festival, as well as other, seasonal favorites that are returning for this season, like 5K Foam Fest, the triathlon, all the good things. Thirdly, we will be aligning our town's tourism and events marketing ad buys. So typically, we have run separate destination advertising campaigns, which really promote brand awareness for the town of Wasaga Beach. Very high-level things, nothing very specific about what you can experience here in our community. What we're going to do now, because we do believe that the longest freshwater beach in the world already has sufficient brand awareness, we're really going to drill down and align our events marketing with our tourism marketing. So basically, every ad that we're going to serve up this season is either going to focus on an experience that a local business will be delivering or a festival or event that the town will be delivering. And finally, we're going to do something new, which is very exciting. We are going to invest in creating moments of discovery in our community. And so what these are passive sort of installations that people can come across during their visit. You don't need to plan for it. When you're in town, you're coming off the beach, or you're heading to an event or to dinner here in the community, you may come across something quite magical. And so, for example, that could be a massive fairy tree that inspires you to think of the Avatar movie or something like that. Or we're inspired, of course, by the Agora installation at Blue Mountain. And we're just looking at ways that we can do magical little things that are not a large capital investment that will really get people talking and taking pictures and sharing that on social media this summer. In total, we have 80, sorry, just one moment here. In total, we will have in our community this summer 80 live music performances. That includes all of the programming associated with the Blues Fest. 38 live performances will be delivered by the town. And we are very proud to welcome some new sponsors on board this summer, including OLG, and we will be welcoming back Rock 95. So we'll have more to report on that next week. But very excited for those partnerships that are coming together. And that is it. That's just a little bit of a taste. Again, we are tracking to announce all of the details. I don't want to unveil anything, although I will say, excuse me, that we have heard very loud and clear from our community, bring back the carpet frogs. And that is the one little teaser I will give you, is that we are definitely bringing back the carpet frogs. They will be on tour with the Guess Who this summer, but they have made a commitment to the town of Wasaga Beach to be here and put on a phenomenal show. So more to come.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. And again, the lead member of the Carpet Frogs, which is Burton Cummings Band, is a resident of our community, which is great, Mr. Nick Stanopoli. All right, members of council, questions or comments on the First Matter summer events lineup for Sandra? Wow, getting off easy. All right, Sandra, 8.2, Destination Canada.
Okay.
Case study.
Thank you so much. Well, so this, of course, I'm so proud to say that staff have been working with the Federal Tourism Agency, Destination Canada, over the winter months on a case study for Destination Wasaga. And so essentially what this is it is a case study that will be provided to communities across Canada that really points to our community and to the Destination Wasaga Master Plan as a point in case, a best practice for other communities. I just want to quickly outline, go through a couple of the slides to show you what it looks like so that the community, for the benefit of the community as well. It begins by talking about a brief introduction of Wasaga Beach. And why this matters is that it actually tells the whole story of Wasaga Beach from the very beginning, from the very early starts of our community to how it's grown to right through to the 1970s when the province came in and took a deep interest in the beachfront. It tells the whole story, and it's fantastic to have that story told and to have it all there so that it's on record. It also then leads into the development of the Destination Wasaga project and how we got there. So it highlights Council's advocacy, the motion that Council passed in 2024, asking staff to advocate with the province to move Nancy Island Historic Site and parts of the beachfront into the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming, and the success that we had in achieving those asks. It goes on to outline some of the things that are making this particular project very successful, including the fact that there are private sector champions, specifically naming the investments by the Stonebridge Building Group and Sunray. Of course, it also mentions the support from the province and the importance of collaborating and building partnerships with all levels of government. Finally, what's very important about this case study is that it truly highlights some of the guiding principles behind Destination Wasaga, that we are building a community-led plan that reflects resident values and the importance of everyday use, that we're focused on transforming Wasaga Beach into a sustainable, fun, four-season destination with a waterfront and a downtown that people will be proud of, that we are elevating heritage and nature, especially Nancy Island and the dune ecosystem and everything that makes this our community special, and that we're ensuring that we are not that these elements, which are iconic and fantastic and wonderful, that those are not overshadowed by any new investment. And finally, that we are maintaining the principle that the beachfront will remain publicly owned and open to everyone in Ontario and beyond forever. The case study also looks at the extensive public engagement that has gone into this Destination Wasaga Master Plan so far, and the importance of that and the positive messages that it sends to our partners and potential investors. Moving on. One of the items that it also highlights is the fact that we are using innovative approaches to attract or secure investment. And specifically, I want to highlight here that the case study outlines that the significance of keeping the beachfront public is not just the right thing to do, it's actually essential. It is a core part of the Wasaga Beach brand. By protecting the beach, we are ensuring and giving investors assurance and confidence that the destination's core brand will be preserved forever. I'll just wrap up with this final slide, which is basically the purpose of the case study, which is to provide reflections and lessons for other communities across Canada. I'd like to conclude by simply just speaking now to the importance and what this really means. Why does this matter for Council, but also for our citizens? This case study really does provide an independent national validation of Council's vision, but also our approach to the Destination Wasaga project. This isn't just our plan, it's being recognized by a federal agency, the Federal Tourism Agency. It shows that we are aligned with national priorities and best practices in destination development. And it specifically points to community-led planning, year-round development, and a shift to transformational tourism that generates wealth and well-being, not just visitor numbers. In plain terms, what we are doing, or we're heading in the right direction, and Destination Wasaga is demonstrating, or Destination Canada is demonstrating this to other communities across Canada. Secondly, this case study elevates Wasaga Beach and it strengthens our position moving forward. It puts us on a national stage as a model for other communities, as I have said, and that kind of visibility helps to attract investment, partners, and attention. This will strengthen our hand when we're asking for provincial or federal funding, and we're already seen to be aligned with the direction that all levels of government are heading in. When Canada's Tourism Agency highlights our work, it signals to others that this project is real, it's achievable, and it's worth investing in. And finally, as I said, it really does validate that we are on the right track. The case study reflects back to the exact steps that this council has taken. Land assembly, public-private partnership, and community-driven master planning. The case study highlights investment readiness, meaning that the groundwork that we have laid is what enables real projects and dollars to flow. It provides independent validation, and it validates that we are using best practices. In other words, again, the strategy, our plan, and our approach are all aligned with all levels of governments. Our strategy is working, and we need to keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Great report. Appreciate that very much. Members of council, questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm so excited about this, especially because it seems so early in our evolution, and to get this word out nationwide, and this kind of recognition is pretty exciting. The Tourist Destination, Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee got a little taste of this yesterday, and couldn't be more delighted. It's wonderful to see us on this great track, and thank you to you and your staff for developing these relationships that are setting us ahead of the pack. And I think Deputy Mayor mentioned awards coming and accolades in homelessness, et cetera, for this county. I can see this best practice being brought out at conferences all over the country. So thank you to everyone for making this happen.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the mayor. You mentioned independent validation, and that is so important even for our own residents. And I guess the challenge I have is when you presented this, you popped out a lot of highlights. It's a very long report. I think it's all extremely positive for us. But I think there needs to be somewhat of a communication strategy to get some of this information out in a coherent way to our residency. And, obviously, the local paper's an opportunity. I think this lends itself very well to some magazine articles, some local magazines, and I think we probably need to approach them, and we could probably release this over multiple months because there's so much material in it. And probably the most important thing is, if Canadian federal tourism is supporting what we're doing, have they given us any indication of the size of check we're going to get?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor, what I can tell you is that this sets us up very well for heading to Ottawa in August. I mentioned that we are kicking off our federal advocacy, so this certainly puts us in a very good position. To your point about communications, absolutely, we'll take that away and we will come back and ensure that we have an entire plan around ensuring that the public and also those that we will be advocating with are well aware and have an opportunity to digest all of this content. But once again, in terms of federal advocacy, I would say that this sets us up very well as we launch and prepare to head to Ottawa.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Just in follow-up, the entire report was published on social media, and it didn't create the kind of buzz that you would have liked, because I just think the length of the read is that a lot of people are maybe have time restraints or whatever. So, but there are those gold nuggets all through it that are very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, through your worship. I was going to say both, what was the communication plan around it and whatnot, and to comment that it's going to be a great tool at AMO, and just congratulations to you and your team and to all of us. It's really nice to get this sort of validation, as Councillor Tim says, so early in the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Sorry, I just forgot one more thing, and we've said it often, but, I think a big part of the success and the support is that with the leadership of our COO and mayor and some of our senior staff, we didn't wait for funding to get going. The Sunray and the breakers were well underway, and I think that in itself generated tremendous support. So many municipalities say, this is what we can do once you send us the money. And we showed them what we could do without their money and what is possible with a little bit of support.
Thank you, Councillor. Anything further from anyone else? All I would say is to all staff, congratulations. This has certainly been a team effort. Everybody's working their tail off in this community to make great things happen. And so, Andrew, to you and all the staff, congratulations. This is a great report. And, it really does give you a sense of pride to know that your community is doing things that the provincial and federal government realize that is really the poster child, if you will, for how you should do things. And clearly, the Canadian government and this agency feels that way in order to include us in their case study. And so, I say it all the time, it's impossible to make everybody happy. But I really do believe that we are on the right track, on the right path to make the future of this amazing community even greater. And so I'm very proud of this report, very proud of being recognized and included, and, great team effort by everybody. So good work. The 8.3 now we'll move on to, hey, Ontario, bring your own alcohol. We'll turn this one over to our clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Everything about alcohol in this little context of a report. Staff are aware of a recent local news article that was published regarding the relaxed alcohol restrictions in provincial parks. So I just wanted to update council and the public that staff are reviewing these changes and are going to bring a report back with recommendations to the May 14th council meeting to address both the change to the alcohol rules in provincial parks and the change to the Liquor License and Control Act that may permit bringing your own alcohol to designated events. As part of this review and analysis, staff are doing due diligence, including consulting our partner agencies, the Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee, and enforcement personnel. So we'll look forward to bringing that report back to council next meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And so I think an important thing to point out here to the general public, because of course social media is the buzz is alive and well, that, you know, other municipalities have said no to this, and Wasaga Beach has not done anything. Well, we're doing our due diligence, and we'll make sure that you know, we do what we believe is right and best for the community based on the recommendations of the experts in our municipality, which is our staff. And you know, there's going to be some extra education needed here. Some extra education needed here. Am I hearing a dog? Okay. Okay, sorry. Some extra education needed here because of Wasaga Beach and our uniqueness with respect to the provincial park and Beach Area 1 and 2 now not being part of that provincial park. So it's, you know, I just want to bring that up. So I know that staff are aware and cognizant of that, but I think it'll be important to make sure that people have some clear understanding as to what those limitations or boundaries may be based on the report and council's decision. Madam Clerk? Okay. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. We had this conversation at county when it first came out, and one of the points that I raised is my concern for a lot of the event providers, because they are reliant on the alcohol sales in order to make the numbers work and make them financially viable. So as you're, excuse me, doing your outreach, could you check in with like the Blues Festival, for example, that runs their own bar at the event, to see what their feedback would be too in terms of impact? Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Definitely our external partners and community organizations will be consulted.
All right, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I was going to mention that exact point that Deputy Mayor made, but also I think we're kind of in a unique situation. The length of the beach being part of the provincial parks, where do you draw the line? That's going to be a little bit complicated. I also wondered what kind of impact this will make financially if we have to have more personnel on watch for bad actors with alcohol. So just my 2 cents.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, so some of the complexity with the change rules is that the provincial park 3 to 6, beaches 3 to 6 are still under the legislation, the parks legislation. So the wardens are able to enforce. Bylaw enforcement officers cannot enforce the Liquor License and Control Act. So that's some of the complexity and why we're doing our due diligence, and we're working with our enforcement personnel, the OPP, to ensure that we have a plan and how that's going to inform the recommendation that comes before council.
All right, Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of got confused here. Blues Fest was brought up, but Blues Fest is on private land. It's not provincial. So there's no sale, like...
Thank you. And through Your Worship, so there's two different matters. So the Liquor License and Control Act states that the recent change states that the municipality can designate certain events. If the event organizer was wanting to look into that to permit BYOB, they're calling it. But again, that'll form all part of the report to explain the legislation.
And just to be clear for the public, Beach 1 and 2 is municipal. So that would be up to the municipal to decide if there's going to be alcohol on the beach, correct?
Yes, thank you. And through you, Your Worship. So under the Liquor License and Control Act, again, there is a provision that municipality can designate a recreational area for alcohol consumption. So that's, again, will form part of the report and the recommendations on what we feel is the best approach.
All right, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. That was why I brought up the blues, was because the way it's been proposed or how it's being shared in the media for consideration is farmers markets, open spaces, public spaces, events. It's basically bring your own to anything you want to. The other thing for consideration too is how do we navigate glass on the beach? Because I think that would be a huge concern, that we would want aluminum only.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So staff are currently drafting a beach bylaw, and as part of that beach bylaw, obviously a prohibition is included to prohibit glass containers and bottles is how it's worded. And that'll be before Council May 14th as well.
All right, any further questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing no other questions or comments, do we have a motion for this? Just not received for information, it's just good. We're moving on. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we'll then move on to item number 9, which is staff reports. And it's noted that items number 9.2, 9.3, and 9.7 have been pulled from the consent agenda to be dealt with under matters for consideration. And therefore, the recommended motion is that the following consent list items under staff reports and all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled and moved for matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on then to item number 10, which is correspondence. And it is noted that item number 10.2 has been pulled from the consent list to be dealt with under matters for consideration by Deputy Mayor Snell. And so the recommended motion is that the following consent list items under correspondence be received for information, excluding items pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. A mover and a seconder for this, please. Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And then item number 11 is minutes of boards and committees. No items there have been pulled at this time, so the recommended motion is that the consent list items under minutes and boards and committees be received for information. A mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 12 on the agenda is matters for consideration, and we're now at the items beachfront washrooms contracted cleaning services, and this was pulled by Councillor Belanger. And I'll also pass it over to Chief Williams to speak to. Did you have anything to say on this, Chief?
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, we'll hear the question, I think, from the councillor first, but I think it will be most appropriate to be answered by our Director of Facilities.
All right, good enough. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, through the chair. Certainly, I've been an advocate for a long time for us to become Disneyland when it comes to the cleanliness of our beachfront washrooms. And I know we made a significant investment to increase washroom cleaning. And I just wanted to talk about that. I think in some cases, that still may not be enough. I heard during our break that one of our members said the first thing when they go to a restaurant is they check the washroom, and if it's dirty, they're not staying there. And so I think that things can happen in between even reasonable intervals of cleaning. And I had suggested that possibly some signing and contact information so that if someone is confronted with a situation that is less than palatable, that they could take, a guest could take action and notify us. And I believe from the response I got that there's something already in place, so I'll let our Director of Recreation speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Director of Recreations and Parks, Lee.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Belanger. Yes, so we do have works on our signage program right now, which includes our beach washrooms as well. So on that signage, the appropriate contact information for the department will be posted on there, along with emergency contact information as well. What we're also going to do is include a high-level overview of the cleaning frequency, just so people are aware what the frequency looks like, just to share that kind of information. As inquiries or complaints come into the municipality, they will be received and recorded and documented by our staff. And depending on the nature of the concern, we will either be in contact with the contractor, their on-call supervisor for immediate action, or if it is an internal matter, a mechanical issue, we will deploy our own personal resources to have the issue resolved in a timely manner.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Just in follow-up, and I know in this day and age, most people are carrying a smartphone, but, you know, if contract cleaners, the actual cleaners that are working the area back and forth, that they are able to be contacted either by the contractor or yourself would be beneficial.
Through you, your mayor, yes, we will contact the on-call supervisor, but we want all the concerns and complaints coming through the town so we can monitor, control, and deploy accordingly. We want the record of how many complaints we're receiving, what the nature of the issues are, and then we can track and correct that accordingly.
Makes total sense. It's going to really help us track how the quality of our contractors and what they're doing and where we need improvement. So, good idea. Anything further, Councillor Belanger? Any other questions or comments on this matter? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, comments from me, really. I don't have any issue with waiving an RFP in this circumstance this year because we're adding so much more area and so many more washrooms. I think it's wonderful that you're working with a supplier who knows the area and understands the expectations. 35 years is a long time to work with a supplier. The fact that both the town and parks have used CA sellers for this is reassuring. I appreciate that the request is for this season, and for 2027 an RFP will be issued. And I'm particularly happy to see that some consideration about taking that in-house and considering internal staff to deliver these services is also very good planning. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we do have a recommended motion that the report titled Beachfront Washroom Contract Cleaning Services to the Council meeting of April 30th, 2026 be received, and that the Council authorize the Mayor and Clerk to execute a one-year cleaning contract with CA Sellers Cleaning Services at a cost of $112,546 exclusive of HST for beachfront and temporary portable washroom cleaning services, and that Council waive the procurement policy requirement for this procurement. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in recorded vote.
Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to the next item, Wasaga Beach Drinking Water System Annual Report 2025, and this was pulled by Councillor Belanger. Do you want the question first, Kevin, or do you want to speak to it? Good.
Actually, when I...
Go ahead,
Mayor,
Councillor.
When I sent this in, I didn't ask for it to be pulled. I just put down a comment. But, you know, every year we get a very stellar report related to our drinking water. I don't think we should ever take it for granted, and I think it was pretty impressive when we had our annual Ministry of Environment inspection and 0 orders were issued. So kudos to our director and his team and our third party, Aqua. You know, this is exciting. I think the only thing I hear sometimes about our water is it can be a little hard, but as far as for drinking, I think it's pretty fantastic. I hear a lot of positive comments from our residents, so thank you.
I can tell you it's awful for my hair, Councillor. Kevin, anything?
Through your worship to Councillor Belanger, I think just to acknowledge really the dedication and the passion that our team puts into ensuring that we're providing, safe drinking water, high quality drinking water to the community, and they're very dedicated individuals that care about the system and care about the quality of water that, when you go to turn your tap on every morning, you don't have to think about where it's coming from. You have that heightened sense of security. And so, to your point, our partners at the Ontario Clean Water Agency also perform their duties quite well, and they're a great partner to have. So kudos to staff for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Other comments or questions from members of council? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to, excuse me, share some positive feedback that I heard as well. A few of us were recently at a Rotary event that was all around Georgian Bay sustainability and water systems. And one of our residents, who often comes to our town halls and mentions environmental concerns, stood up and shared that, she had taken a sample of our water to a testing station or ordered a kit or something. And she basically said that our water straight out of the faucet is equivalent to water that's been processed by a Brita. And I was very impressed with that. So I think that speaks volumes to the efforts of your team.
Thank you for those comments, Deputy Mayor. Certainly, we have a natural Brita. Our wells are 60 meters below grade, and that sandy soil performs the same duties as what you'd see in a Brita. So we're very fortunate with the source, and we do also take a lot of care and control over, development and how to protect that source as well. So there are a lot of safeguards in place, and the regulation certainly requires to do that. But yeah, we're very passionate about the water here, and I agree. It is not living in the community. I can tell you it is the best water that I've ever tried. So, thanks for the comment.
Thank you, Kevin. Any other comments? Seeing none, I've been paying attention to these water reports for 16 years now, and they're always stellar. And I can tell you, I think it's only been once or twice where we may have had one slight nick where we got 99 point something as opposed to 100, and I thought I was going to see a grown man cry each of those times with Kevin. He takes it to heart, and so does his team. And as you said, Kevin, we've got an excellent partner in Aqua. They take this very serious too, and they're great community partners as well. And so congratulations to you and the team. Please pass that on, Kevin. We do have a recommended motion then that the report titled Wasaga Beach Drinking Water System 2025, Section 11, Annual Report to the Council meeting of April 30th, 2026 be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to the next item, which is Target Sector Profile Update. This was pulled by Councillor Timms. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Anna, for being here today. I had a little glitch in my emails, and I know you probably just received that this morning, so I apologize. I just have a few questions, and I think it's a great body of work. I wish that we had had a presentation from the consultants on this one, rather than just accept it as a staff report. But and hopefully I don't put you on the spot with any of these questions. They're just little detaily things. But with regards to health and wellness, do we know how many practitioners are home-based currently? Did that show up in the report that I missed?
Through you, Your Worship, I don't think that it breaks down.
Right.
I'm sure internally we could find out that information, but the data that was gathered by the consultants was gathered using industry codes, which don't necessarily disperse into one or the other.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, Your Worship, when we're also working on reviewing the business license at the same time, and I know that some of the health and wellness professionals don't require a business license, so I just wondered if there was any data on that, how many of this rather large number, 146 businesses in 2024, require business licenses. Or am I getting in the weeds?
Again, through you, Your Worship, that's not something that the consultants would have, but if we compared the data we received from them to our own business licensing data, I'm sure we could get some more details if you want them.
Thank you. It's a very substantial job count as well, over 800 people working in that field. So I thought, indeed, that is a key anchor in our community. The second sector, I think, that we should be very pleased about is that the town has recognized the potential of film and culture. We have so many assets in this community, from our incredible locations, our easy access from the GTA, and I might even be bold enough to say the number of cars in our club's inventory certainly would be helpful, and I hope to see more work done on enticing productions to come to the community. It fits really well also with our new community theater that will be coming. I just really say this is a tremendous report. It's great to see, and it certainly gives us lots of opportunity to build more into our commercial base and our jobs here. We've got more coming. Even the population, we finally got 28,770 people here. That's always been a vague number for a lot of people, trying to figure out how many people are here. So thank you very much, Anna. I'm sorry if I got too detail-y with the questions about the health and wellness, but that's all. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Councillor. And I don't think you got too detailed at all. I think that, you make a good point. This would be good to have a presentation on. There's a lot of meat to this that would be good, not only good for council to maybe hear a little more about, but also the general public. And so I'm looking to our CAO and our clerk. Could we arrange for that maybe at our next meeting or in the next couple of meetings? All right. So we'll have that come forward. It's a good point, Councillor. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's just a clarification question. This consultant, what was the fee for that? Because you don't specify it. It just says it was in the budget. So what did we pay for that?
If I may, through you, Your Worship, that's a bit above my pay grade.
That's a professional answer, Anna. So I look to the CAO. Maybe we need to look that up, but Mr. CAO.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Why don't we come back with that information at next meeting along with the presentation, and then they can earn their fee.
May I add? How often do these consultant presentations need to be done? Every 4 years, 5 years? Is there a consistency?
Yeah, if I may. So just about the presentation piece in general, I did want to add that myself and the rest of the Economic Development Department we had intended on bringing a presentation to council, so we wanted to sort of just update you guys as this was a council priority, this particular item, so we want to update that the sectors are complete, and alongside this presentation, we're planning on bringing some recommendations and action items for council's consideration. As far as the frequency of presentation, certainly we can ask the consultants to come forward. They have offered to do so, and it's up to council or administration how often we update these sector profiles. When we think they need refreshing is when we do it.
Sorry, I was triggering more towards the consult part. How often are consultants hired for these presentations?
So I think the answer to that is as we see fit or think we need to update it. It's not something that's on a calendar that happens. It's when we feel that we want an update or need an update on that, we look to the consultants.
I don't mean to press, but when was the last time we hired consultants for this?
The last time the target sectors were specifically addressed was during the 2022 Economic Development Strategy. As we all know, there was some significant economic factors that occurred between now and then, so that's why your guys' strategic initiatives pointed to updating this, and that's why we felt that, though 2022 wasn't that long ago, there's been a lot of changes since then to kind of make sure that we have our eye on the right things.
All right, other questions or comments? Anna's saying no more. All right. Thank you very much, Anna. We do have a recommended motion then that the report titled Target Sector Profile Update to the Council Meeting of April 30th, 2026 be received. Mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Oh, no, recorded vote.
Councillor Belanger?
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
In favor.
Councillor Timms?
In favor.
Mayor Smith?
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now, moving on to the next item, the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus Letter, Rebill 100, Better Regional Governance Act 2026, and this was pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell. You want the clerk to comment on this first, Deputy Mayor? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I'll provide some background and updates regarding Bill 100, the Better Regional Governance Act. So on April 2nd, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing introduced Bill 100, which would amend the Municipal Act to alter governance structures for several upper-tier and regional municipalities, and this does include the County of Simcoe in this instance. The proposed changes include reducing the size of Simcoe County Council from 32 to 17, which would then be made up of the 16 mayors of the member municipalities. This means that the deputy mayors will no longer be appointed to county council. The proposed changes indicate that the full-time warden may be appointed by the province or the new county council. This leaves discretion as to whether the minister will choose to exercise this authority and make the warden appointment. This change provides authority to the minister to make regulations governing the use of weighted voting, and it provides strong chair powers, similar to strong mayor powers, to the then appointed warden. If passed, these changes are proposed to take effect for the 2026 to 2030 term of council. The bill is currently in its second reading, and the second reading was April 28th. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario have delivered remarks and continue to advocate on behalf of the municipalities. They did delegate to the Legislative Standing Committee, and they provided 4 recommendations at that time. The correspondence before Council currently was drafted by the Western Ontario's Warden Caucus to Minister Flack, outlining their perspective on Bill 100. Within that caucus, the County of Simcoe is the only upper tier that is affected. However, they did take it upon themselves to advocate. The Western Caucus is asking that the governance looks at maintaining local elected leadership as a cornerstone of the municipal governance, recognizing the distinct roles and structures of counties, regions, and cities. It reflects rural and regional realities, including geography and service delivery responsibilities, and be developed in partnership with municipalities through meaningful consultation, and that's been kind of some of the concerns to date. With that, Your Worship, I can turn it over back to you and Deputy Mayor for a motion, or I can provide.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me. I feel that, you know, we've had some great conversation at County Council, and there was definitely a shared concern in the potential erosion of the electoral process, especially with having a provincially appointed warden. That's not in line at all with the historical practice. And there was extreme concern that you know, someone could be appointed who doesn't even live in Simcoe County, isn't aware of some of our challenges, and that learning curve of onboarding that person would be quite significant. So in my opinion, I think we should strongly support this letter and send communication to say that basically we agree that the strong warden in particular and an appointed warden is ideally not the best situation for the residents of our county. The fact that the deputy mayor position is eliminated, neither here nor there. I think it's going to be a little bit of a challenge in that, you know, the deputy mayor would likely be the delegate for the mayor, and going from 32 members to 16, it's going to be imperative that the delegate is on top of all the business of the county. So they have to be there in absence. They're prepared and ready to advocate for our residents. So I'm hoping that we can support this communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Timms?
I would second that. If the motion is made, I would second that. May I make comments, Your Worship?
Absolutely.
This was an issue that I felt was a good idea, when I heard, yeah, maybe it is a big council, and it's quite a lot, until I went to the public meeting at the county and heard both sides of it, and came to realize that just like our friends from the county talked today about the uniqueness of Simcoe, temperature in the north to the south varies greatly, and that's the situation beyond temperatures. There's quite a difference in communities. I also feel that, I do appreciate the workload that our mayor carries, and not having a deputy mayor to support that work from the county, something's got to go. And what will that be? Will it be not being able to do the mayoral duties, not being able to do the county duties? And the appointed warden does concern me as well. So I would like to second that motion, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor, I echo what has been said. I've been the alternate this year, and it's reassuring that, if the mayor can't attend a meeting, that the deputy mayor has been to all the meetings. Sometimes you're thrown into a situation where you're voting on something that, yes, you've read the agenda, but there were a lot of discussions and meetings leading up to that agenda that you weren't there. So that's one concern. And certainly from my perspective, not understanding or having the knowledge of how many subcommittees there are, and to Councillor Timms' comment, if the 17 mayors now have to share that workload of all these subcommittees, then how much does that pull them away from the work of their own municipality? But my greatest concern, and what I don't really understand is, if you have strong chair powers, how do those decisions and powers affect our municipality? Like, how many decisions could one individual make in a really not a democratic way, and then there's repercussions on our municipality? So I would support the letter.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? I'll weigh in on this one. I don't mind sharing that I was one of the councillors who voted in opposition of reducing county council from 32 to 16. I can tell you when I was first elected mayor in 2014 and appointed to county council, immediately out of the gate I thought 32 members, this is crazy, and we should reduce it. But it only took me a few months to realize the amount of work that gets done there. It's a $1 billion budget. And, some people might look at that and say, well, Toronto's several $1 billion and they reduced that council. The difference is that the county of Simcoe is the largest upper tier municipality by land mass in the province. And it's very diverse. There is a lot of high quality agricultural areas. There are heavy tourist areas. There are industrial areas. There are small cities. The two separated cities that sit within the county of council are the county of Simcoe. City of Barrie is a large city. City of Orillia is a small city. And it's very diverse. And there are a lot of committees, and there are a lot of things that need to get done there on a regular basis. But what was most important to me that I realized is that although there were days at county council where you think, geez, we're beating a dead horse here, what I learned very quickly was that as painful as that could be some days, we really came up with the best possible decisions. And the debates are robust, you're dealing with mayors and deputy mayors who don't tend to hold back on thoughts and opinions. And although we're there and represented to represent the county at that table, we also are cognizant of each of our own communities. And so, I personally sit on 3 committees. I sit on the Audit and Finance Committee. I sit as the co-chair of Human Services and the Governance Committee, and I sit on the Affordable Housing Committee. Deputy Mayor Snell sits on what committees? Affordable Housing.
Affordable
Sorry, I
Housing.
sit on
You're on the
Simcoe
corporation.
County Housing Committee, as is the deputy, and she also sits on the Affordable Housing Committee, which has been, really important to this community because we've got another 100 units coming here, and that takes advocacy. But advocacy not only for Wasaga Beach. When you heard the presentation this morning from Mina and Andrew, when you look at the amount of investment the County of Simcoe has made, not only in our paramedic services, which is second to none in the province. Our paramedic services are lead by example continuously, but on affordable housing, on all kinds of different areas where we lead. Simcoe County, up until now anyway, we were in either number 1, 2, or 3 always when it came to recycling and diversion for waste management. These are important impacts on the citizens. However, it turned out to be a tie vote, which is a no vote. It was then sent off to Minister Flack to make that decision, which he did, and he decided to reduce. And so that is what it is, and we live with it. And you know what? We'll survive. We'll go on, and we'll make it work. But the fact that the province is also considering now appointing the chair is, in my opinion, just unacceptable. The warden of Simcoe County has always been elected by the sitting council at the second meeting of county council in each term, and it's a 2-year term. And it's a 2-year term because, it is a big area, there are a lot of complex issues, it's a 2-year term, so is that, if a warden isn't pulling their weight, then at 2 years you can make that change. And we've been very fortunate at the County of Simcoe to have wardens who, always do more than 1 term. As a matter of fact, previous mayor, His Worship Cal Patterson, I think was the longest sitting warden since Confederacy. And kudos to him. That took a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication. And but the reason that that individual is elected by county council is that we're sure that whoever is chairing that is 100% vested in County of Simcoe and for the greater good of the County of Simcoe. If the province is to appoint someone for whatever reason and then give them strong chair powers, who knows if those decisions or those directions that, the chair or the warden often works with the staff there, as a mayor does, to direct, direction and focus on specific things that are in the best interest of the community, or in this case, the county. Do we lose that? And because this is going to be so new, at the very least, let county council appoint the next warden, so as that there is at least some continuity in the change that is about to occur, and we have some more clarity. Now, it's my understanding that Minister Flack and the province is looking at whether or not they will appoint anyone throughout the province, or whether it will have to be a resident of Simcoe County. And that they are looking at some other options, so that's not clear yet. But the fact that the Western Warden Caucus is willing to support Warden Basil Clark on this, and he's the only warden upper tier municipality that is dealing with this, I think speaks volumes. This says that the Western Wardens Caucus hears it and they understand it, and they shake their head as well and think, why the heck would you do that? Yeah, you reduced it, but then let it live as it lives, and let them learn to deal with and work with a smaller group of people, which I'm confident we'll do. I have the utmost respect for my fellow mayors and deputy mayors, and it works, and it works well. It's going to be more work, but again, like our staff, the county staff are second to none, and they will certainly make sure that the work gets done. So I would fully support this as well. I wish we had a much stronger language to deal with at this point, but I think this should get a message, hopefully, to the province before the end of the month and they make their final decisions. So those are my comments. Do we have a motion, Madam Clerk?
I prepared a motion for consideration. It's quite lengthy, so just bear with me. That Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the correspondence and request from the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus to the province to request that any changes involving upper-tier municipalities maintain local elected leadership as a cornerstone of municipal governance, that recognize the distinct rules and structures of counties, regions, and cities, reflect rural and regional realities, including geography and service delivery responsibilities, and be developed in partnership with municipalities through meaningful consultation. And further, that the Town of Wasaga Beach Council formally request that the province amend Bill 100 to allow Simcoe County Council to retain the authority to appoint its own warden chair. And further, that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the local members of Provincial Parliament, Simcoe County Council, and all lower-tier municipalities within Simcoe County. Your Worship, if we can get a mover and seconder, and it'll be subject to a recorded vote.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. That's duly moved by Deputy Mayor Snell and seconded by Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Boulanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Your
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to item number 13, the agenda, which is recommendations arising from boards and committees, and we have none. Item number 14, Council requested staff reports. Council, you've seen the list. Any questions or comments on the list? Seeing none, I understand that Councillor Timms would like to request a staff report. Councillor Timms?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I would like to. I'd have to find my notes. I forgot I wrote it down. Sorry, I'm just going to have to wing it because I can't find it. Yes, I would like to request a staff report on the feasibility of a marquee at the new Community Hub High School Theatre. I was hoping that a member of council would second that request of a motion for that request.
So we have a motion to request a staff report back on marquee and how we may obtain that marquee.
And then I can speak to the...
Okay, and we looking for someone to second that. Deputy Mayor Snell, okay. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, Mayor. I'd like to request a staff report on the feasibility of including a theatre marquee as part of the new theatre in the high school community hub. This is not about aesthetics, it's about functioning and positioning. A marquee helps signal activity, promotes events, and attracts both audience and touring productions. This has also come forward through public input. Local resident Richard Halliday, who has a long career in film and production, has raised on more than one occasion the importance of a marquee in attracting theatre productions and supporting the success of the space. If we are investing into this facility, we want it to succeed as both a school and community asset. The request is about understanding feasibility, costs, and options before making any decisions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. You're good with that, Deputy Mayor Snell? Anything to add? No? All right, any questions or comments? Councillor Boulanger? Not on this? Okay. So we have the motion on the floor. This will be a recorded vote, Madam Clerk. All right, so you've heard the motion and what's being requested. It's been moved by Councillor Timms and seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Can you wait? Yeah, okay. Moving on then to item number 5. Councillor? You can, but we would prefer that you give notice, but...
Well, it's quite simple.
I'm going to ask you to turn your mic on, Councillor, but before you do, what's important to note is that we're getting short now in the term of this council, and we're going to start requesting a lot of staff reports now. Is staff going to be able to get that report back before the end of this term of council? So keep that in mind.
Yeah, well, this is very simple, and I won't put a timeline on it, but just in related to the change in structure at the county, yeah, one would surmise that the mayor will have more demands at the county, and that perhaps we need to look at the impact, not just on our municipality, but others are going to look at it too, as the compensation of the deputy mayor. I'm thinking that you're going to rely more on the deputy mayor within our own municipality based on that, and whether it's something that HR could just look at, or whether or not other municipalities are looking to adjust deputy mayor compensation based on the new structures that are going into place.
Okay, so we need a motion for this report, correct? Or no, we don't. We just need to request it. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. So a council requested staff report does require a motion. However, I'm just going back to the June 13th, 2024 meeting as it relates to the compensation review for council. So if you could just indulge me for 1 minute. Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So at the council meeting of June 13th, 2024, direction was provided to the Director of Human Resources to conduct another market review for management, non-union staff, and council every 4 years. So this review was conducted in 2024, so the next one would be probably commencing at the Q4 of 2027 into 2028. I provide that for information.
That's good information, actually. So I think what I'm hearing is let's get into the next term of council, whatever council is sitting here, that report will come forward, and we'll know then how much extra work may or may not be required. Are you good with that, Councillor? All right. I'm going to now look to Deputy Mayor Snell, who might want a staff report. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just was wondering, excuse me, why every time I talk I've got this frog in my throat. With the most recent announcement of the casino funds, I'm wondering if we could have a full report that details where all the casino money's been spent and what's in reserves and all the goodness that has been brought to the community since this council has taken term. And no rush at all. In the fall is fine, whenever it works. Just thought I'd ask for it to get on the list. Thank you.
I can tell you that there's been a lot of public comment about this, so it's probably not a bad idea. Madam CFO, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. This is a report that was in our schedule to be brought forward anyway. So I've made note just to more broaden it on historically, what have we spent funds on, as well as what have we got committed to in the future. That would be covered in the report as well, what reserves we have. So all of that is planned for, likely in the June timeframe, but it is in our schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CFO. All right, then we'll now move on, before someone else wants a report, to item number 15, notices of motion. We have none. And item number 16, motion where notice has been provided, and there are none. Item number 17 is now back to closed session, so we will adjourn this meeting, go back into closed session. Don't need to read that motion again, and we should be back in a little while into open session again to conclude a rise and report. Let's take a 5-minute bio break, and then we'll move into closed session. Thank you.
We're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and we've now come out of closed session and a flag raising and a break, and we'll come back now into open session with a rise and report from our clerk. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session on April 30th at 1 p.m. to discuss the following matter. Item 17.3.5, a bylaw legislative matter in accordance with Section 239(2)F of the Municipal Act. As a result of that discussion, staff direction was provided. Council recessed from closed session at 1:19 p.m. and reconvened into open. Council then reconvened back into closed at 2:28 p.m. to discuss the following items. 17.3.1, a committee appointment in accordance with Section 239(2)B. As a result of that discussion, the following motion is before Council. That Council appoint Aldana Olenakis to the Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee. If we can get a mover and a seconder, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You've heard the resolution. A mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council recessed closed session at 3:26 p.m., reconvened at 3:40. Council also discussed the following items in accordance with the Municipal Act. 17.3.2, acquisition disposition of land. 17.3.3, K-12 school and community hub project. 17.3.4, commercial business lands. As a result of those discussions, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to item number 19 is our bylaws. The recommended motion that the following bylaws be received and have been deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. 2026-34, 2026-35, 2026-36, 2026-37, and 2026-38. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And this meeting is adjourned at 4:27 p.m.